to learn.
Perfect.
Can you do it 4 times?
Yeah, you did. I'll fix it
I
now.
can do it by myself. Sometimes that happens. I did it yesterday.
Self-sufficient. Self-sufficient.
Attention in the infield. Attention in the infield, please. We have several farm stock haulers that need to be moved. We need to be able to maneuver some of our vehicles around in the infield. We have several, I think 3 to be specific, that need to be moved. Would you please make sure that those get moved so that we can make our way through the infield and keep this show on schedule this evening. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Charles Schwartz Memorial Tractor Bowl right here in Stark County. Good to have each and every one of you here. And if you knew Charlie Schwartz, as some of us did, you knew that his absolute favorite time of the year was this tractor bowl. Where did you find him? You found him
1, 1. 1, 2. 3, microphone 1.
Please remove your hats and remember, take it with me if you would, please. Freedom is for the free. We live in the land of the free because this is the home of the brave. As we stand and pay tribute to this country of ours, we need to remember that. But we gather because of the members of the military still deployed around the world, around this great country of ours. Veterans and campus organizers given us the freedom to assemble as we have here this evening. It is the veteran, not the lawyer, that's given us the right to a fair trial. It is the veteran, not the politician, that's given us the right to vote. It is the veteran that salutes the flag. Sadly, it is the veteran that sleeps beneath it. All gave some gave all. Ladies and gentlemen, Andy Rohr and our national anthem.
If I went left, I would have gotten that.
Thank you, Andy Rohr. Job well done. It's always nice, and especially when you can find somebody from a local community that does it so well. Thank you, Andy.
We're ready. Well, we are live streaming to the world on Full Pull Live. Once again, here in Canton, Ohio at the Stark County Fair. Dan Mayer joined by NTPA Hall of Famer Dave Grimm. Dave, thanks for coming once again here.
It's a pleasure to be here. We had a fabulous show last night. Great classes. The track held up very, very well. Some very good competitive pulling, and we're back here to do it all over again tonight, and it's almost, we're hoping for a duplicate tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 5 great classes of competition. We've got 3 Grand National classes here. We'll start with the lightweight super stock tractors. We'll move on into the lightweight modifieds, and then we'll conclude the Grand National classes with the pro stocks. And as you said, Dave, what great competition last night, and hats off to that track crew. They've been working here since the stock tractors ended here this afternoon and getting this track ready for tonight's competition.
Yeah, it's a real power track. You're going to see a lot of weight out there in the front of the tractors, and of course that indicates the tougher a track it is, the more weight they're going to have out on the front. And just very good pulling. And we also saw a lot of the pullers had to make some big decisions last night of where to spot the sled, especially in our third class, which we'll get to a little bit later on. But the track held up very well, and I think every puller that's pulling can feel good that no matter where they pulled, they had a very fair chance to win the class.
And speaking of our track here tonight, we got it lined out to 350 feet, approximately 40 feet wide, or as wide as your normal two-lane highway. You'll see the white lines each side of that track. You touch one of those white lines, you will be disqualified. So our test puller here tonight in our 6,200-pound lightweight super stock class can be Rex Kuhn out of Morristown, Indiana, with the Letterbuck John Deere 7R250. He is going to get us started here tonight. And boy, Dave, we have saw a shake-up in the points from last night's event. So we'll talk about that here as this class moves along. But here we go with the Letterbuck.
Pulling is underway at the Stark County Fairgrounds, Canton, Ohio.
So just like we saw last night with these lightweight super stocks, front end comes up now 6,200 pounds, not a whole lot of weight to play with. 505 cubic inches underneath the hood now. They're allowed up to 4 turbochargers. Now, turbocharger, nothing more than a big old air compressor, runs off exhaust pressure, and they're allowed up to 4 of them, and they'll run those big 30.5 rear tires. But when it's all said and done, we're looking about 4,000 horsepower, and that's just unbelievable.
It really is. Out of these stock block motors, it really is unbelievable. A lot of power there. Good pulling. That was a great pull, even though the front end was coming up. When that front end comes up, you're losing some of your drawbar, and you're not able to get quite as good a pull as you'd like. But that was a straight pull, and that was a good pull. It'll be interesting to see whether he takes the distance or not, or whether he drops.
So 3:14 and 94 will be the distance here for Rex Kuhn. Now, Rex last night finished number 2 in the class and really gained some momentum in the point standings. Now, last night we came in with Colt Whitworth being our points leader by half a point over Marcus Weddleson. And after last night's show, Marcus Weddleson took the points lead by a half a point. But then we also have to talk about the number 3 and 4 tractors, Brian Bowles and this Letterbuck of Rex Kuhn are only 3.5 points behind. So they gained a little bit in the point standings, and coming into tonight, I should say 4.5 points. So they gained a little bit of ground here, so they're only 4.5 points behind Marcus Weddleson, our current points leader. And Dave, we also should talk about this is the last event for the light super stocks before they go to the Enderley, where they're only going to take 5 to run for that championship.
Oh man, this is right down to the wire. Then everybody wants to get to the Enderley, but only the best of the cream of the crop will get there. That'll be in Urbana, Ohio later on this year.
So as we see the Letterbuck here heading back to the start line, looks like going to turn that run down as our test puller. So Rex going to head back to the start line here. And big decision there, Dave. 3:14.94. We saw that front end come up right at the start of that pull. And, of course, you lose that leverage on that drawbar. What that does, that makes that sled just that much harder to pull.
Right. And, by the way, talking about sleds, we want to salute our weight transfer machine that's being used here tonight, as it has been all weekend. It's the on-the-mark sled out of Greenville, Ohio, over in Darke County, in the western part of Ohio, just right near the Indiana border. This is a terrific sled. It will allow the tractors to get up and get running, get a good speed down the track, and when they get toward the end, near the finish line, it'll put the hammer on them as that weight transfer box comes up. We're not really concerned too much about what the weight transfer weighs. It can weigh anywhere from 25,000 to 70,000 pounds. All we want to do is put on a good show for you folks that are watching, and that's what it's all about when it comes to pulling. So everybody pulls the same weight transfer if it's in the same gear. And, of course, we just had a test puller there, Rex Kuhn from Morristown, Indiana, and he has dropped and will come back a little bit later on. And test pullers have that because they're in a unique position as pulling number 1 in the class. They are the test puller.
So here we go with Brandon Phillips, our number 2 hook here in the class, as he'll have the straight jacket, John Deere. Oh, look out. Whoa. Now, Dave, we didn't see this last night here with this light super stock class. We saw those front end come up and hang down the track here, but right away.
I think what we saw last night when somebody did that was in our third class. But I don't think we saw it in the light super stocks. He got tumbled around there pretty good.
Yeah, we'll take a look here on the replay here as Brandon Phillips here, this John Deere running out of Vine Grove, Kentucky, 172.01. And right there, Dave, we kind of saw that tractor one wheel. And when that happens, boy, hang on. Things can get pretty wild. Now, we talked about the 6,200 pounds, not a whole lot of weight to play with to keep these front ends down on these tractors. So 172.01 will be the distance here for Brandon Phillips.
And he's going to have to take that distance because he went past the 100-foot mark. Yeah, that is a tough break, but that right tire really bit into the track, and the left one didn't, and all of a sudden it whipped him to the left. And that's a tough break here tonight. And, pullers, they come from all over. We've got pullers from about 7 different states here at Canton, Ohio for this championship pull. And, you come all this distance, you drive a long ways, you got a lot of sleepless time on the road, and then you come and you got a beautiful tractor and you hook on and you go 172, and all of a sudden you make something goes wrong on the track. That's it. You don't have another time for you to come back unless you are the test puller.
Yeah, one of the unique things about pulling, got to make sure you have that weight set right, tire pressures, because there's no practice, there's no qualifying. You go out there and you get one shot at it, and unfortunately, as we see Brandon making his way down the track here, definitely not what he was looking for here tonight with that straight jacket out of Vine Grove, Kentucky. So we'll go back to the start line here as we'll have Colton Whitworth with the Yield Express. Now, yesterday he came in as the Grand National points leader in the points and left last night in the number 2 spot here. So he's got to make up a little bit of ground here, defending Grand National champion here with this John Deere 4020. So the NKC to Yield Express. First of 2 tractors we'll see in competition here for the Whitworth team. As we see Dad out front, looks like Dad may be driving the other tractor here tonight. We'll have to wait and see. He's on our lineup sheet here as driving the bin buster here tonight. So Dad looks like he's going to get behind the wheel so Colton can concentrate on this Yield Express here tonight. So our number 2 hook officially in our lightweight super stock class as we get ready to go here. Right now the mark to beat 172.01 as Brandon Phillips and the straight jacket, our current leader.
We're going to have a new leader, no question about it.
Yes, we are.
And that was a beautiful pull. We've only had 3 tractors go so far, but of course that's the best run of the evening in this class.
So Colt Whitworth lays down the gauntlet here, number 2 in Grand National points. Says, hey guys, come and get me. At Tough Run in John Deere out of Worthington, Missouri, the northern part of the Show Me State. Yes, we'll get the numbers in here for him. So 340.03 will now be the new mark to beat in our light super stock class. 340.03 for Colton Whitworth.
And we talked about a little bit ago that they don't have any weight to play with in this class. The tractors cannot weigh over 6,200 pounds here in this light super stock class, and they don't have any weight to play with because they've got it all on the front of the tractor. Now, if we didn't have a power track tonight, let's say the track was a little sandier, a little looser, they'd have to take some of that weight off the front and put it on the back. But the tougher the track you're on, the more weight you put out in front. In this case, everything they have is now on the front. So that really means that this is a great power track here in Canton, Ohio. And we also saw last night, and we're going to say this several times tonight, that our track crew here doing the grading, the packing, and the rolling just did a marvelous job last evening. Absolutely give them an A+. And it provided an opportunity for all of the pullers in the class, no matter when they pulled, early, in the middle, or late in the class, a really fair and equitable chance to do a good job.
As we take a look here on the screen, we see the Letterbuck team doing everything they can to get that tractor cooled down. He was our test puller, turned down that run of 3:14.94, so he is going to come on back here later in the class. So they're going to get that tractor cooled down, and we'll see that a little bit later on here in the field, as we should have Terry Blackbird up next here out of Shullsburg, Wisconsin, doing the driving of the excessive force tractor. course owned by Mike Chiswick out of Newton, Wisconsin. Now, years ago, Team Chiswick used to run 3 of these light super stocks, 3 of the heavy super stock alcohol tractors. They kind of cut back a little bit. They've got 2 of them in the light class now, 2 in the heavy class, but always tough tractors.
So the distance to beat, 340.03 feet. It's an excellent run, but I think there's some tractors back there that can do it tonight.
Yeah, so as we take a look here at our lineup, Terry Blackburn will be up next. He'll be followed by Brian Bowles with that Ultra Eagle. That's the New Holland tractor in our field. And then Larry Phillips with Extremely Insane will be our next 3 coming up here by the luck of the draw. That's how the order is determined here in the sport of pulling. By the luck of the draw, lowest number goes first, so on and so forth. And Dave, we talked a little bit about that last night. You know, sometimes that early number will help you, and sometimes the later number will help you.
And it usually averages out. When you
Right.
pull as much as they do from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, you're going to get some early draws, some late draws, some in the middle, but it will average out over the year. So you've got to be a consistent puller to really be the top championship puller. And frankly, we've got great pullers here at this show. They're all very good.
All right, Terry Blackburn, a 5-time Grand National Light Superstock champion, and he was having a little bit of control issues out there.
Well, I think he had to get on the brakes because he didn't want to get pulled over there like we saw a couple of tractors ago, and he wanted to make sure he kept it between the white lines, and he didn't want to end up down there at the 150-foot mark. It's a good pull, but it's going to be short here tonight from our leader, the Colton Whitworth tractor from Worthington, Missouri.
So it looks like to be right about that number 2 spot here for Terry Blackburn as he makes his run here tonight with the Excessive Force tractor. Now, early on in the season, we've seen him piloting the Considered Armed and Dangerous tractor, and him and Cody Chiswick have kind of done the switch here as we've seen Terry behind the wheel here of the Excessive Force tractor the last couple hooks here for the light superstock class. So 313 and 92 will officially be the distance. 313 and 92, and
it'll put him number 2.
Number 2, and using the laser to measure here tonight as we do at all Grand National pulls. Laser set up at the end of the track. They'll shoot the laser at the starting line as well as at the finish line, and we will measure up to a 1,000th of a foot in competition here tonight if we do need that extra decimal point. So 313.92 and a 5 if you want to add that in.
Don't have any more ties in the business like we had many years ago.
Yes.
The laser takes care of that. It's accurate measurement. It also speeds up the show, too, and it's been used for quite a few years now.
And remember, Dave used to stake out the track and then run the line across with the tape measure.
You'd have a crew out there with their tape measure, and you run the rope across, and that really took some time to do that. And with the laser, it speeds up the show considerably.
So we also got to talk about, each competitor has that option where you put the sled on the starting line. And Dave, boy, did we see them move that sled around last night. Now, the first couple classes, we kind of stuck around that middle part of the track, but boy, once the pro stock came, we were left, right, back and forth.
It was our 3rd class last night, which will be the same tonight, the 10,000-pound pro stock. And they moved it all over the track, and it really helped when they started moving it, especially on the right-hand side of the track. It really helped a lot of the pullers from about halfway through the class on.
And we'll also be joined here tonight by Chris Devota Kelly, and Chris has got a report for us down trackside.
So what is the draw of tractor pulling? I walked past the grandstands. I heard people say, I like the way they smell. I like the way they sound. But for the men and women who are about to strap into these steel horses, it is all about the way they feel. They get about 10 seconds to pilot a rocket ship, and they get one chance, one pass to be a hero. Whose turn is it tonight?
All right, so once again, glad to have Chris Devota Kelly down trackside. She'll be doing interviews with our pullers as well as some trackside reports, as well as we go with Brian Bowles, the only New Holland in our class here tonight, here in Light Super. Dave, he hit the nail on the mark here tonight.
An excellent run, right down pretty much the middle of the track. I don't think he had to touch the brakes too much. He came off the line very smooth and really hammered that power, and he locked up very well. And if he doesn't take the lead, he'll be number 2, I think, tonight.
Yeah, comes to us out of Southwest Missouri here. Mount Vernon, Missouri, calls home, and financial advisor, Dave, during the week, tractor puller on the weekend. We got all different types in the sport.
That's an interesting point you make on what they do back home, because if you would go back to the 1950s or 1960s, most of the pullers really came off the farm. And this was their hobby back then. But throughout the years, we've seen the machinists, different kinds of jobs that these guys had. Not everybody is agriculturally related in this business, even though that's the roots of it back in the 1950s when tractor and truck pulling tractor pulling got started. The trucks didn't come until later on. And in the early days, I remember going to the county fair with my father, and they would have this slow-moving sled behind the tractor, and the men would step on the sled, and that's what provided the weight on the sled. And, of course, that became dangerous, of course, especially if you'd had a cold one on a hot afternoon at the show or at the fair. And once in a while, a guy might fall off, and it was dangerous a little bit as the tractors got more speed. And the first mechanical weight transfer machine came along in the late 1960s. And that's when things really started to propel the sport forward in a more professional way. And throughout the years, we've had many weight transfer machines designed and built and improved every year. And we have the best, of course, nowadays. They allow the tractors to get off the starting line at a very fast pace. And then when they get down here near the end of the track, they put the hammer right on, and that weight comes forward, and it will stop you. It will stop you.
And, of course, Dave, the old sleds, the rolling weight to a dragging weight, we don't see that anymore. Like you said, they just let them run, and they stop them there at the end of the track, and makes for a much, much better show.
Oh, yeah, the show has improved considerably over the years.
So the second half of the Phillips team up next here is we'll see Dad Larry Phillips, Vine Grove, Kentucky. Got a big construction company there just south of the Louisville area that they own and operate. We saw the John Deere, a wild ride there for Brandon Phillips, as he went 172.01, got that front end way up in the air, as Larry looking to make a good run here with that Case International MX210 out of Vine Grove, Kentucky. Finished up number 8 last night. Would definitely like to improve on that here tonight.
We got a John Deere in first place right now. We got the New Holland in second place, and here comes the Case IH.
For Larry Phillips. Now he was a little bit over to that right side, right of center out here. We've seen the last couple, the two lead distances, a little bit in the middle to the left side here, just a little bit, not a whole lot. Kind of like we saw last night, basically.
Most everybody last evening in this class ran pretty much in the middle of the class, maybe a little bit of right of center.
So we'll get the numbers in here for Larry Phillips. As we see the whole shot here is Carson pulling. We talk about the whole shot, how fast you get that sled moving in that first 50 to 75 feet. And he got it going pretty good here. 326 even will be the distance for Larry Phillips. We'll put him in that number 3 spot here. So hook number 5 out of our 11 signed up for competition here tonight. Of course, we'll have Rex Kuhn coming on back, our test puller with the letter buck, as he turned down that run of 3:14.94 to get us started here tonight. So a good run there for Larry Phillips. And we'll have Adam Spiegelberg out of Waiawega, Wisconsin, up next with the Detonator Black, Scott Whitworth's Bin Buster.
Say that name and the town he's from 3 times real fast.
Dave, I could not say Waiawega for the longest time. And it's funny because I do a couple events up there in Wisconsin, and one of the announcers I actually work with up in Wisconsin, he sent me, they actually have a bread that's called Waiawega, and it's spelled out Y-O, and then Wega. He sent that to me so I could say it right. So
it's a little bit like another town up there west of Milwaukee called Oconomowoc, Wisconsin.
Yes, the Jaskies, right?
It took me years to get that right.
All right, we'll send it down trackside as Krista's got a report here with Cody Chizik.
Cody Chizik not in the seat yet of his tractor, considered armed and dangerous. On the start line, and what are you watching?
Just how hard everybody's coming off the line. I think you just gotta, if you can get it underneath control and just stay right of center in the track, I think you'll get it there. But it's just tractors like to wander a little bit, so that's what we're fighting right now. So
thanks, Cody.
Yep, thank you.
All right, so we'll go back to the start line here with Adam Spiegelberg, and Now, last night we saw this tractor make a hard move to the left side, actually broke a planetary on this tractor. They were back there in the pits working on it. And, of course, planetary rear ends in these tractors, that'll actually multiply what you see go through the rear wheels, out to the rear wheels.
It's an all-black, solid black Case IH. Adam Spiegelberg, Waiawega. I just had to say that. Wisconsin. We've got pullers from Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, Wisconsin, Ohio, North Carolina, Minnesota. They're from all over the country here in Canton, Ohio.
Man, that tractor just does not want to cooperate for Adam here. Thought they had the problem fixed there, but with the planetary. But
how much damage do you see on front ends when we get into situations like that, Dan, over the years?
Quite a bit.
When they start lifting that amount of weight up into the air and it's coming down, then it comes up and comes down again, that's when you get nervous about that you may break some of those front end parts off.
And we'll talk about one of the safety items that came from that point is the ski bars underneath the wheels that protect. Years ago we'd see those wheels slam down. We may see a wheel head down our way or such. They've got them ski bars right now to take a lot of that energy when they slam down on the front like that. So 2:35.04, unfortunately not the run that Adam was looking for. They thought they had all the bugs worked out. Now last Friday night in Wellington, Ohio, they lost a turbocharger with this tractor right off the starting line. So it's been a bad couple weeks here for the Spiegelberg team. So they're looking to regroup for 2026, as this will be the last event if you're not in the top 5 for points here with the Light Supers, as this is hook number 11 out of the 12 for 2025. And the amazing part about that, they didn't have any rainouts for this class all year.
Terrific. Our leader is still the Yield Express John Deere, is in first place at 340.03, and number 2 is the Ultra Ego New Holland in second at 335.95.
So going to move right along here with our next John Deere as we got the second half of the Whitworth pulling team out of Worthington, Missouri, as this is going to be Dad Scott Whitworth doing the driving here at the Bin Buster. Once again, another John Deere. Now, Scott's an interesting story, as he's got a heavyweight super stock alcohol tractor and actually picked up his first Grand National win this year out in Rockwell, Iowa. But he comes to the sport sprint car racing. He ran sprint cars years ago, actually made it into the Knoxville Nationals down there in Knoxville, Iowa, but since they've kind of gone tractor pulling here, and they're working their way towards a Rick Hendrick type operation out there. They've got 4 or 5. They've got another light super being built. So Scott had said we really don't want it to turn out that way, but it just kind of happened. We got this one. We got that one. We're building one. So he says we got to get rid of a couple tractors.
I would say they've caught the bug in a big way.
Yes, they have. Big farming operation out there. And son Colton actually is big into the spray drones out there in Missouri. He works with those. As we take a look here at the John Deere 5020, the Bin Buster looking to overtake his son right now. 340.03, the mark to beat here in our light super stock class. Once again, a Saturday night here in Canton, Ohio. Full Pull Live, Dan Mayer and Dave Grimm bringing you all the action from this great event here at the Stark County Fairgrounds. Just ran out of stuff there down the left-hand sideline here for Scott Whitworth and the Bin Buster.
Well, 340 is our leading distance. The distance to beat, he's going to come up considerably short. Just didn't have the power right there at the end.
So we'll get the numbers in here for Scott Whitworth and the Bin Buster as we move along in our lightweight super stock classes. We'll have hook number 8 coming up. Our current national points leader going to be Marcus Wedelson, as we get the distance here of 3:03 and 98. So 3:03.98 for Scott Whitworth here tonight in our lightweight super stock class. So Marcus Wedelson, Postville, Iowa, the northeast corner of the Hawkeye State. Gunpowder and lead. As last night we saw Marcus finish in that number 4 spot in a tough class of light supers. As we mentioned, came in second in the points and came out yesterday with that 4th place finish, just a half a point ahead here into that race for that championship. So this is going to be a big one here for Marcus. We talked to him earlier today on our Countdown to Pull Time show, and we kind of asked him about, do you have any superstitions out there? And Marcus says, when I started pulling years ago, he says I used to. He says now it's become old hat. Really don't have any superstitions. So take a look here at the Case International MX 190.
Watching the track crew out there, we've made mention of this, the great job they're doing with packing and grading the track. You would think the people that are watching that as many tractors have pulled even in this class so far, you would just think that starting line would really get torn up. But the track crew can go back and resurface that and pack it and grade it and make it very fair for everybody. It's amazing what they're able to do with the equipment out there.
Yeah, and hats off to Jim Miller and his crew building the track here this weekend here at the Stark County Fair, and has done so here for the last so many years.
And there's real expertise in building a track, too. This track was torn up late this afternoon. They came in with the scarifiers. They really ripped it up. They got some water into it. You have to know how much water to put into it because you don't want a wet track. You don't want a real dry track. They know just the kind of track that the pullers like to pull on, and this is a power track in Canton, Ohio for this championship NTPA pull.
And Dave, to add to that, some of the competitors were actually nervous about the track conditions. They thought they might have had to change some gears, going to be different from last night, but it looked like it came out pretty good here tonight. So I think we're looking at about the same kind of conditions we had last night.
I would agree.
So Marcus Wedelson, 2013 Grand National Champion, looking to put another one on his mantle here.
Tractor is called Gunpowder and Lead.
Oh, my. Ooh. A big flame up right there. Marcus Wedelson, boy, did not want to see that. Oh, man. And looks like we got parts out the bottom there, Dave.
Oh, boy.
Now, unfortunately, this is how the season started for Marcus Wedelson up in Tomah, Wisconsin, right off the starting line. And we can see down there we still got some parts and pieces there, and we got a flame up there out the bottom. Just really hate to see that.
So it appears the motor has come apart, ladies and gentlemen. We've got parts on the track. This is a serious breakage. And you can imagine with 4 turbochargers on there. Dan, you want to guess how much pressure there might be in a tractor like this?
Boy, yeah, that'd be,
It's just amazing the pressure that they're putting into those cylinders and pushing down on those pistons. And something let loose. And it's not going to be a pleasant evening for them.
Yeah, so there we can see some great camera work here from our track crew out here. And taking a look here at the underneath the tractor there as we'll bring in, still got some fire going. Yeah, that is just a tough break there for Marcus Wedelson. Gunpowder and lead. You can see the dejection there as he throws the gloves off. Unfortunately, after his run here tonight. As we take a look here at the bottom of the tractor there, and we see lots of oil, lots of alcohol on the track.
They're going to have to go out now and scrape that residue off the track, get some shovels out there and clean that up. That'll take just a little bit to get down to a little bit drier dirt. You don't want to have a lot of that alcohol. And
looks like maybe a piece of block there, Dave, as we see the red there, the red paint. Yeah,
it's a serious breakage, and this will be an expensive repair. And we've even got the Canton Fire Department here with their crew. Our leader continues to be The Colton Whitworth tractor from Worthington, Missouri. The Yield Express John Deere is in the lead at 340.03 feet. Currently number 2 is our New Holland tractor, Alter Ego, Brian Bowles out of Mount Vernon, Missouri. And those are our number 1 and number 2 pullers in this class.
So going to take a little bit of time here, get that cleanup taken care of. And Dave, let's touch on a little bit. Of course, special guest here, Hall of Famer here with the NTPA. And Dave, how did you get started with the NTPA?
Well, I was fresh out of Ohio State. I'd been an agriculture communications major way back in the early 1970s. And I learned that the National Tractor Pullers Association, which was located in Upper Sandusky at that time, was looking for a public relations director. And my mother had grown up on the family farm and near that town, and I knew a few people in town, and I thought, well, this could be interesting. They were looking for somebody to design and edit their magazine and take pictures and do press releases and call on sponsors and things like that. And I had an opportunity to work. My boss was the first executive director of the NTPA, Ed Hart. It really became a legend in this business and, of course, is in the Hall of Fame and was really the guy that really helped get tractor pulling organized in this country. He did a marvelous job, and I'm so glad I had an opportunity to work with him. And it was a great job. I enjoyed it and came back then a little bit later and became the executive director of the NTPA. And I really learned a lot about marketing and sponsorships and dealing with fairs and fair boards and general managers, because tractor pulling at that time, I would say maybe 80% of our events were going to county and state fairs. So it really became a great opportunity to get on the ground floor of tractor and truck pulling, motorsports. We dealt with NHRA. We ended up going to the SEMA show. We took tractors into the SEMA show, and of course we were the rule-making organization for the NTPA, but we were also working on with promoters and producing events, and it was really an exciting time for the sport.
And of course, Dave, during a lot of people call the heyday of tractor and truck pulling. The big major sponsors came on board.
Yeah,
we saw that, years ago with Wrangler and Redman and Copenhagen Skoal came on board, and, all those big sponsors.
And we got into television. That's when we put our first ESPN show together. That was about 1980. We also had a show called CBS Sports Spectacular, Diamond P Sports. It was doing NHRA's drag racing series at that time. It also got involved in tractor and truck pulling. Things were really growing. They were really booming, and we were going all the way to the West Coast. And then the West Coast pulling got going pretty good out there. And then the big change was we took tractors, a couple of tractors and a weight transfer machine all the way to Holland. It was approximately, I think it was around 1980 or 1981. I forget the date. But it was a very exciting time for pulling. And I give, I mentioned Ed Hart a little bit ago, but I give Ed and the board of directors at that time a lot of credit, because they were pushing really hard to propel the sport and do everything they could to make it a bigger and better sport. And where NTPA, just like NHRA, really did a fine job was the rule-making entity of the business. And we brought, one time we had 26 member states that came together so that we could get all the rules the same. So no matter where you went in America, you would be pulling under the same rules, because prior to 1970, that wasn't the case.
And, later on in the 80s, Dave, you went to television there and did quite a few shows, Wheel Power and stuff like that. And, interviewed a bunch of, interesting characters. Who was the most interesting person you ever interviewed? And I think I know, but...
Well, there were a number of them. There were, I think there's different kinds of tractors out there, and we were talking about people that have been involved in motorsports. Last night we talked about a unique name of a tractor called Solid Junk, which was David Stengel out of Kewanee, Indiana, northern Indiana. David was very mild-mannered and very soft-spoken, but he had a very unique tractor, and everybody knew the tractor and they knew the name. I think Bruce Hutcherson was a spectacular puller who was not only a good puller, he was really great on the microphone. Mm-hmm. He was great for interviews. Ralph Banner, of course, is a legend in the Hall of Fame, one of the innovative people at that time. Ralph was a great interview, but I look back on people that had been involved in motorsports, and we were really glad to have Art Arfon get in the sport with his turbine-powered tractor.
Absolutely.
Art had gone 550 mile an hour at the Bonneville Salt Flats on a couple of occasions, and he had set the land speed record.
Hey, Dave, Chris has got Marcus Wedelson down trackside. We'll have a quick word with him.
Well, Marcus Weddleson came down the tractor, kind of threw his hands up in the air when you looked at me. I know this is a part of tractor pulling, but you've been around it a lot, but describe the emotions right now.
It's just, it felt like it was a pretty good pass, and we're right at the end here where it really needs to count, and, obviously there's going to be more that are going to get ahead of us here, and it's going to be kind of it's going to be really tough on points. I mean, championship's pretty well out of the equation for the year, but it's part of pulling, unfortunately. So anyhow, nothing time and money won't fix. So we'll get it fixed. We'll be back.
Well, I was going to say, do you have something, a bullet you can put in the chassis right away?
Yeah, we got a spare that's sitting there at home, but I know Terry's got some parts, and I don't know. We just got to go home and assess the situation and see how we could get something in there before the end. Really, obviously not before next week, but we'll see what happens. So.
It was a great pass. The ground speed was incredible. I know that doesn't help you right now.
Yeah, it felt good.
All right, thank you. Best of luck to you, Marcus.
Take care. Thank you seeing you.
Well, Dave, he still had a smile on his face, so you got to give him props for that. So
yeah, well, that's about all you really can do. If you get real upset all about it, it's just going to make your night that much worse. And they've repaired a lot of equipment in the past. They know what needs to be done.
So we've got last night's winner backing in here, Kyle Carlin, another second-generation puller out of Minerva, Ohio, which is just east here of the Canton area, about a half hour or so. The Bad Blood AGCO DT275. And the amazing part about that, this tractor's only got about 5-6 passes on it. Debuted it in Brandenburg, Kentucky. And it came out last night, laid down just an absolutely picture-perfect pass as he picked up the win here. And let's see if he can do it again. But right now, he's got to go better than 340.03 to do it.
He maybe has moved the sled a little bit left of center. Most of the puller's been running down pretty much the center of the track, but I think he's a little bit left, trying to get a little bit, just moving it 3 feet can make a world of difference. We'll see if it does here tonight in Canton, Ohio.
All right, so the orange one going after the green one here tonight, here in Canton. Well, another nice run there, but it took the long way to get there.
And he had to get on the brakes a little bit. That's going to pull things down a little bit.
The Bad Blood here, Kyle Carlin. We take a good look here at the eyes inside the helmet. And get the numbers in here for Kyle Carlin here tonight. Our number 9 hook out of our 11 here tonight in our light super stock class. So 315 and 95, not bad. Number 4 spot for him. 315 and 95.
We want to make sure that everybody understands that Marcus Weddleson from Coastal Iowa had that problem with his tractor and had the breakage out there. His distance of 284.95 is a good distance. He still gets the distance even though he had breakage. That's a small consolation. The check that he's going to receive tonight is not going to be enough money to fix that engine, of course.
Yeah, so that'll put him in that number 7 spot right there. Dave, go back to, the question I asked you about some of the most interesting people you've interviewed. I was thinking Chris Holdorf, the wild man from Florida.
Well, he was. That was a 2-wheel drive truck, and he was one of the early pullers of that, and he was a crazy interview, and he was a lot of fun to be around, and he brought a lot of energy to the sport. Tractor pulling had gone for many, many years, and I can't come up with the date that when we accepted the 4-wheel drive trucks first, then we came in with the 2-wheel drive trucks. But when the trucks came on board, it took the entire sport to another level, and it's made it a much stronger sport altogether. And Chris was a good one. At that time, we were having a good pulling circuit in Florida. Ed had put that together back in the early 1970s. We had Canadian pullers going down there, a lot of Midwestern pullers. We would go down for about 10 pulls in the wintertime. They loved going to the Sunshine State at that time, and they would travel back and forth during the week and then fly back down there to get their tractors, or they would stay down there for a couple of weeks, and they had places that they could go and work on them and repair. They had a lot of friends in Florida. But the sport was really taking off at that time, and there was good pulling in Florida, but the tracks were a little on the sandy side. We didn't have the power tracks in Florida like we have here tonight in Canton, Ohio.
Yeah, absolutely. Big power track here as we'll back in Cody Chiswick here with the Considered Armed and Dangerous. And Dave, I go back to the interview you did with Chris Holdorf up in Tomah, Wisconsin, when he mentioned about put a little nitro in the tank, and the crowd just went absolutely crazy, bonkers that day.
Yeah.
But he would do that. He would do that from time to time. And
well, and of course, you need to know, those of you that are watching the show, that there is no nitro being used because it would destroy all of these engines. The drag racers do it, but if you follow drag racing, you know that at the high end of drag racing, with the nitro classes, they literally completely tear down the motor between every run. We could never do this in this sport. It would bankrupt this sport.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, alcohol-powered super stocks here is Cody Chiswick, Considered Armed and Dangerous. Boy, this track tonight throwing them a curveball here.
We are seeing a more difficulty that the drivers are having tonight on the track than we saw last night in this class. And they're getting a good start. The first 100 to 150 feet is going well, and by the time they get down to about 175 to 200, that's when they're running into problems, having to get on the brakes. The front ends are up in the air, they're losing control, and it's cutting down on the distance considerably.
Yeah, we can see Cody in the seat there is definitely not the run he was looking for there. Pretty dejected with that run. As we'll get the numbers in here for him. So starting to wind it down, our lightweight super stock class here. 266 and 99 will be the distance here for Cody Chiswick. 266 and 99. And we saw right there, that's where it upset that tractor. It just sent it into that up and down motion there. And pretty much once that stops, you're pretty much along for the ride.
And we've got an older case pulling a newer Case IH, off the track. By the way, if you've got a moment here, I was out in the pit area earlier today. There's some you talked about this last night with the unique development in the tires. And the tires are very critical on the rear of the tractor. Years ago, they were mainly Firestones, but now we're seeing the new tire called, I believe it's Mitos.
Yes, the Mitos, yep.
Well, it's interesting with that name because I learned it's coming from the Czech Republic. And this blew me away when I was talking to a couple of the pullers. A set of these tires on the rims, ready to go to bolt on to the tractor, is running $20,000. And I asked one of the drivers, when you get tires in the future, are you going to have to pay a tariff? And they weren't sure.
Yeah, and we talked about last night, with those Mitas tires, they come as slicks. So they actually will, groove them and however they want to cut them.
This is completely different than when they had the old Firestones when it came with the big lug on it and you cut it down. Now you have a slick and you start working with that slick and creating that cut in the tire. You want to get as much rubber on the track as possible, but you have to have some lug there to get a bite.
To get up on top of that dirt as we take a look here at Rex Kuhn, going to be our final tractor. Now remember, he's coming on back. He turned down that run of 3:14.94 and looking to take the big win here in Canton. He's done it before. Let's see if he can do it again here tonight.
John Deere, letter buck.
Oh, yeah, did he learn something?
It's interesting. In a number of sports, you will see toward the end of the sport, I've noticed this in Formula One when they're doing their television, near the end of the race, people will judge a driver and they'll say, who is the driver of the day? And it's not only the winner, but running the last run in the class. I think he's the last one tonight, right?
Yes, yep, that'll be our last one.
He's the last pull. That was a spectacular pull. And I'm anxious to see what this distance is. But an excellent pull because about the 5 guys that had run previous to him had all kinds of problems of bouncing left and right and up and down. And that was a smooth run. Very good.
Yeah, and I always say, you give these pullers another shot at a track, they will get it sorted out. And you can see Rex went to school here tonight. A great run of 3:33 and 93. And for those folks watching here on the free look-in on Facebook and YouTube, we're going to end that after this run here. So head on over to Full Pull Live to watch the whole event and all the events we got going on for the month of August. And we're going to roll right on into September as well at $39.99 a month. So we are going to end that free view here in just a little bit here. The free preview on Facebook and YouTube will be ending.
So the top three tractors look like they're going to be within about 7 feet of each other. It was a good run.
Yeah, once they got everything sorted out here, as Colton Whitworth with the Yield Express did what he needed to do. Came in a half a point, and we'll send it down trackside with our winner.
Who is tonight's winner. Colton, quite a turn of events there. The bad luck for Marcus, and now you kind of back in the driver's seat. But first, talk about that win tonight.
Yeah, the win felt great. I mean, the track was super good tonight, and it was a little tricky. It was almost too good, and we hate to see that for Marcus. I mean, that's tough. Everyone hates to see that.
When you say too good, what do you mean? Because we've got some classes coming up here. What is it too good of a track?
Well, a light super doesn't have much movable weight to deal with, so it's pretty hard to keep the front end down. The only way you can do that is lower your drawbar, and you can only go down so far. And when you got a track this good, it's tough without as much front end weight as we have.
Congratulations on the win, and this points battle is now really interesting.
Thank you very much. We're looking forward to the rest of the season.
All right, so Colton Whitworth, he said, the track tonight might have been too good out there for our lightweight superstock competitors. As a great job there for Colton Whitworth as he'll pick up career win number 7 on the Grand National Circuit in the lightweight superstock class. So congratulations to Colton. As now we'll get set for the monsters of the Midway. We call them, we don't have the 4 or 5 engines here tonight, but we got the 2 engine tractors, the light modified class. And just because they got 2 engines doesn't mean they're short on excitement. We saw that last night. They put on one whale of a show.
Yeah, they really did. We're going to have some screaming machines out here. And these 2 engines are probably going to run about, 6 gallons of alcohol within about 300 feet, I would say. Maybe 3 gallons per engine, per run.
Yeah, I would say right around that range, 3 to 4 gallons. Yep. As they make their way down the track here as we take a look at Johnny Payne. Now, in our lineup sheet here, we see that Les Corporal out of Marion, Indiana, was scheduled to go as our test puller here in the light modified class, and they have scratched him here on the sheet. So, yeah, Les, unfortunately, they did find a little bearing material in their filter this afternoon.
Ooh.
And on that right front engine, and unfortunately, they could have just bumped the sled tonight, but they decided, you know what? We're just going to take 9th in the points here tonight, and that should hopefully get them in the Enderley. They're kind of hoping things work out here tonight, and they're able to get into that Enderley pull-off. So,
don't want to have any metal in the oil.
Absolutely.
Bad stuff.
Yeah, and he didn't want to take the chance of putting a hole in the block and doing more damage. So they did the wiser. They loaded up, headed back to Marion, Indiana here tonight, and so unfortunately for Les and the team, they'll get things ready to go, hopefully for the Enderley, and they'll make it into there.
Hey, I'm going to change the subject just a little bit, but it has to do with sports. We're in motorsports tonight, but today was the big start of college football.
Yes.
I don't know who your favorite team is.
Well, living now, moving, from Western New York, moving down into the Louisville area, I'm a Redbird fan now, so I'm a Louisville Redbird. So they're playing tonight.
Okay. We don't have a score in that.
Was able to watch in the Ohio State game this afternoon. That was pretty interesting.
It was more of a defensive game than it was an offensive game. And for you folks that may be watching from across the pond, as we say here in America, and throughout the world watching these episodes, because we know we've got people that are signing on to the show all over the world, but American football now has started, and it's going to continue for a long time this fall and into the early part of winter. But big college football season got underway today, and people are excited about that.
Of course, Dave, you're an Ohio State guy, I would have to say, being a graduate.
I have to root for Ohio State. They play Texas today, and Texas is rated number 1, but Ohio State beat them in Columbus, Ohio, in front of about 107,000 people. And it was a defensive game. This game was a low-scoring game.
So as we'll fire up our first of our 6,200-pound modifieds here tonight, light modifieds, We've got a third-generation puller out of Canton, Ohio, just north of the Cincinnati area, as Johnny Payne will bring out the Limitless tractor. And I talked about this last night. This tractor actually came from the Netherlands here to the U.S. They sent one of the alcohol super stocks over to the Netherlands and kind of a trade deal, and here we go.
The first time that a V8 engine was put into a tractor, I believe, was in the late 50s. It was installed into a Massey Harris chassis. It was either the late 50s or the early 60s. And since then, of course, the sport has just transformed into a miraculous run of lots of different kinds of engines. But for you drag racing enthusiasts, you're going to love this. And, of course, we've seen the sport go from one V8 engine all the way up to 6 engines. We've seen Allison aircraft engines over the years. We've seen jet engines. Anything that would make horsepower and that puller could put in there that he thought could do the job, maybe at the right price was the way to go. But for most of the pullers now, it's these high-performance V8 engines that are basically like drag racing engines.
So looking about 3,000 horsepower apiece here, times 2 on the Limitless tractor. And all these tractors, as you mentioned, Dave, the big Hemis, and about 6,000 horsepower. As we'll back in that Limitless tractor. Now, this class sponsored by GMS Performance, and that is Johnny's dad, Brent's business over there in Canton, Ohio, as they are on board here as the sponsor for this class. So, number 1 hook, test puller, only one in the class that will have the option to take or turn down his run. And we talked about the luck of the draw. And Johnny, going into this pull here tonight, he thought he was going to be the number 2 hook, but we saw that scratch from Les Corporal, the number 1 hook in the class. So that'll move Johnny into that number 1 position here as our test puller. So here we go with the Limitless tractor. Now we have seen them add a 3rd engine for the modified class. Dad Brent will do the driving, but Johnny's here in the light class. Kind of hopping his way down through there a little bit.
That's a good run, and that's going to be a big question whether he takes the pull or whether he decides to, as the test puller, and decides to drop. I don't know. It's maybe a 50-50 question out there, but I thought it was a pretty good run.
Yeah, we'll take a look here. He's given us the thumbs up here, so we saw he kind of motioned over to Dad there and gave that thumbs up. So I'm going to say they're probably going to take that run at 3:24 and 98. 3:24 and 98. So, Dave, it's kind of one of those situations as a test puller. You kind of go through your, you got to, tell the officials before you leave that sled whether or not you're going to take or turn down that run. And you go through that mental checklist, did I touch the brake? Did everything, feel right on the tractor? How was the weight? And you do all that real quick, and then you got to have a decision.
And maybe one of your teammates is over to the side and say, hey, that was good. Let's take it. Or coaching you from the sideline, so to speak. So, and you've got to make that decision pretty quick. You can't say, well, give me 2 minutes to think about it. You got to pretty well do it in about 20 seconds.
So 3:24.98 here for the Limitless. As we take a look here at Craig Sage, our number 2 hook. Now, different combination here. We saw the 2 engines sitting out front, the gearbox behind it, connecting the 2 engines together. Each engine will have its own clutch. And now here on this next tractor of Craig Sage, he's got a different combination. Well, we should have actually Todd Feist should be up next here with the Snow Farmer.
With the Snow Farmer.
Yes.
I get a kick out of the name of that because they actually do some skiing down there in Lawrenceburg, Indiana. That's southern Indiana. And most people would say, skiing in southern Indiana? Well, they've got enough hills down there that they can do that.
Yes.
Hopefully they get some moisture and some cold weather in the wintertime that they can make snow.
Yeah, still own the Perfect North Slopes, they call it there, in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, just across the river from Cincinnati. And they're retired from that, so that the kids have taken over running it, but they still own it. And enjoying retirement here, pulling a couple tractors, and that's the way to do it. As we'll see the first of 2 entries here for the Feist family. Of course, Todd himself, he's a 7-time regional national champion with the NTPA and currently sits number 6, 1 spot out of that Enderley pull-off berth, and that's what he's looking for here tonight.
So the distance to beat is 324.98.
Now the Feist team had a little bit of a challenge this afternoon as one of the screws out of the butterflies on that ejector hat fell down into the engine, and they had to go down and take things apart, and they were scrambling back there, but got everything back together. But boy, you hate to see that. Somebody having bad luck like that. So Todd Feist and crew, they were thrashing back there, but they got everything back together.
He's moved the sled a little bit right of center. The Hoosier Puller, Snow Farmer.
So once again, 2 blown and ejected Hemis. As you see, they'll spray that de-icer inside. The superchargers make pulling so much air actually freezes up those butterflies on the injector hats, so they spray de-icer on them. Well, we've got cool conditions here once that sun starts making its way down here. As Todd Feist looking to go better than 324.98. That's our high water mark here in our light modified class. Slack out of the chain, no jerk starts, and Poland must start with that tight hitch. And unfortunately, we saw that right front engine kind of lay over on him. Dave, looks like we got some oil, some liquid coming out of that right front engine.
It's bleeding pretty bad off the bottom, folks.
Yeah, we see pieces of aluminum down there as well.
That would probably be a rod that went down and poked through the pan.
I would have to say, yeah, we'll take a look at the pieces, but usually that's the case. There's a rod cap right there, yeah.
And they're kicking metal off the track right now. This is a serious break. This is our second big break here tonight. Now, of course, he's got 2 engines, so one of the engines they're going to have to do some serious repair.
So, yeah, it looked like kicking off a rod cap there and maybe a piece of that rod as well. 297 and 96.
We could see as he was getting near the end of the run, that right engine was laying down on him, and he lost a cylinder, maybe 2, and all of a sudden we saw oil pouring onto the track.
Yeah, so that tractor kind of took a hard motion there, as we saw in the light class there, as we'll see here on the replay. And we see the whole shot come off here, and things looking pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then right about there, wanted to make that hard right. Now he hit the brake, brought it back around. Kind of upset the tractor just a little bit there for Todd.
So the engine has let loose, I think, by about then.
Yep, there we go. We can see the
boom.
bolts.
There it is. Yep.
So it's been a tough night here for some competitors, is laying it all on the line here. As this is the last hook before the Enderley for this light modified class as well.
If I remember, we didn't have this kind of breakage last night.
Yes, I think, Dave, maybe they might have turned them up a little bit more here tonight.
They cranked up the screws, as they say.
So hook number 9 out of 10 for this light modified class. Is hook number 10 will be that Enderley pull-off.
You know, Dan, we were talking about tractor pullers of years gone by and the names of tractors and also the names that we have now: Snow Farmer, Ohio Express, American Thunder, Kentuckian, Simon Says. Some great names out there. But I remember names years ago. We had a puller from western Indiana, great puller in modified, Don Harness, and he had a tractor called Loudmouth Lime, and it was a bright green tractor, very popular, and Don was also a very good spokesman for the sport too. And of course we mentioned Bruce Hutcherson, also from the Hoosier state of Indiana, and his tractor, because he was a hog farmer, was called the Macon Bacon Special. So there's been a lot of great, unique people in this sport, just like we have in other motorsports. They've come up with creative names. They've come up with creative tractors, whether they be the modified or the super stock or the pro stock or the trucks or two-wheel drives. They've come up with great equipment, and this is their sport. They don't play golf. Most of them don't do that, or maybe they don't do some other kind of sport, but they love a tractor and truck pulling.
Yeah, this is their golf clubs. This is what they.
right.
Yeah, this is their golf clubs. And Dave, one of my all-time favorites, of course, Tim Engler, Mission Impossible.
Oh, yeah.
And then you talk about mission accomplished. After he won them 4 national championships, first guy to ever do that, and just amazing. The career, and he didn't pull all that long, but what he accomplished in those years, just amazing. And has since moved on to sprint car racing and building injection systems for sprint cars, and still does some puller chassis as well.
Very smart man, excellent machinist, fabricator, a mild-mannered, soft-spoken, but a giant of the industry.
Yeah, let his tractor do the talking, and
right.
Boy, did it do the talking. As we take a look here at Craig Sage and the Ohio Express Jr. out of Norwalk, Ohio. Not too awful far from home here, and a different combination with this tractor. As we see on the side there, SCS Gearbox. That's Craig's company that they operate there, and a second-generation operator there of that company. And
so you touched on this last night, and about the gearboxes of these tractors, and how do you put 2 engines together? How do you put 4 engines together? How do you put 6 engines together? And it takes some very unique gearboxes to do that. This is what they do.
So we see one engine facing forward on this tractor, and the second engine facing Craig in the seat here. A little bit different combination.
And we saw a lot of this combination many years ago.
Yeah, a lot of them would run crank to crank. They'd run that top engine there, a 3-engine setup for some of them.
That's right.
So Craig Sage here out of Norwalk, Ohio. Once again, 324.98. Johnny Payne, a Limitless, our leader. Boy, one thing I got to say about Craig Sage and the Ohio Express Jr. is he wastes no time getting after it. He just, right at the get-go, he gets right after it. So we see the track here kind of took those 2 Hemis down a little bit here. It took all the power for Craig. So 287.05 for Craig Sage here tonight, 287.05. As that will put him in that number 3 spot here after 3 tractors. And boy, that hook off to that left side.
I'll tell you, if you like noise, if you like action, and you like the smell of alcohol, this is your class.
As we take a look here at Chase Smith, as Chase will be our next puller up here. We've got Bill Voorhees in the lineup here, but Bill unfortunately was a scratch this weekend, was not able to make it out to this event. And Bill had told us at Bowling Green that he's looking to retire again, sell his tractor, and, one of the all-time greats, 10-time national champion in the unlimited class, pro stock class, and just really hate to see him go.
Yeah.
But
Bill's been around a long time, contributed a lot to the sport, done a wonderful job, and congratulations to all of his success.
So we'll take a look here at Chase Smith, one of the newer modified competitors here out of Greenwich, Ohio, the outclassed entry. This is a very potent tractor that Chase had purchased, the old Ryan Reitzel tractor that Ryan ran for a few years.
If you're watching our show for the first time, just a couple of the numbers here. These tractors cannot weigh over 6,200 pounds. That's everything, the fuel, the driver, and, of course, the entire machine. Also, the drawbar on all of our vehicles tonight is at 20 inches. Called the Light Modifieds.
Yeah, very popular class. They kind of brought it back, reformulated this class a couple of years ago. It actually went from the light unlimited class, 6,000 pounds, and things started to get out of hand with the screw superchargers they were running on them and all the lightweight parts, and they said, "Now let's stop that," and went to this light modified class, and it really is starting to gain a lot of momentum here. This is the 3rd year that running this class, and I look for it to become the most popular class here in the modifieds.
And the distance to beat here in the light modified class is 324.98. Johnny Payne out of Canton, Ohio with Limitless is in the lead.
So once again, those two Hemis sitting out front next to each other. It is the most popular setup here in this modified class. All right, front end came up and just never really wanted to settle in there for Chase.
And just like our first class, because these tractors are weighing 6,200 pounds, the drivers don't have much weight to move around. So they've got all the weight on the front. And, of course, you could see the big wheelie he did on several occasions coming down the track, losing his drawbar. And that's just going to cut down on the pulling ability as he goes down the track. So he's going to come up short tonight. And the distance is, have we got it on the scoreboard yet?
289 and 96. They tell us 289.96 there for Chase Smith out of Greenwich, Ohio, with the outclassed
entry. Put him in second place.
Yeah, good. Number 3, I think. Number 3.
Yes, number 3. Excuse me.
Behind Todd Fleiss there in that number 3 spot. But
so our best two runs in this class have been the first and second runs tonight, and that's how they are right now with first and second place.
Yeah, we see light on the nose there. And like you said, Dave, might not have that weight to play.
And I'll tell you, the guy coming up could change all of that right now.
Yes, we have got one heck of a points battle here in this light modified class as Wayne Sullivan out of Warsaw, Kentucky with the Kentuckian as he looks to pick up his first NTPA Grand National Championship, a 7-time winner at the National Farm Machinery Show. He's got a couple TNT Motorsport Indoor Championships back in the late 80s, but has never been able to take an NTPA Grand National Championship, and he is in the catbird seat right now, just 6 points ahead of R.J. Simon.
He's pulled a long time, always had great equipment, and lives just over the Ohio River from a man that we talked about a little bit ago, Bruce Hutcherson, the famous puller that had the Macon Bacon special out of Patriot, Indiana. And Warsaw, Kentucky is not that far from Patriot, Indiana. These guys are really good friends. Sadly, Bruce passed away a couple of years ago. His wife, Jill, continues to live there in the Patriot area, and they're very good friends. Wayne was telling me that he tries to see Jill almost once a week and go over and say hello. But they were very close, and they pulled a lot of pulls together. And this is a tractor now that we're going to want to watch. The distance to beat, 324.98 feet. Johnny Payne in the lead from Shandon, Ohio, with the tractor called Limitless. That was the first tractor to pull in this class, and it continues to be in the lead. Number 2 is Todd Fleiss out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana, with Snow Farmer at 297.96. I think we still got somebody back there that could take the lead, but it's going to take a spectacular run.
Yeah, so Wayne going to spot that sled just about dead center out there on the track as we take a look at backing in here, and you see that Massey Harris 444 hood on the front of the Kentuckian. And that has been on all the versions of the Kentuckian over the years, and it's kind of been cut down and reshaped and moved around to fit on there, but it is still on there, and just all the Kentuckians over the years always had beautiful black shine to them, and very good-looking rides out there. Now, Wayne's had 3 wins on the summer, one in Tomah, one in Rockwell, and, of course, the big win in Bowling Green. Won the ring out there in Bowling Green for the light modified class. Let's see what he can put down here tonight. Our current national points leader by 6 over R.J. Simon. So 324.98 is our mark to beat. We got the lead distance marker set up over here on the left side.
How about that, folks? How about that, sports fans? We knew this could be a good run, and from our view here at trackside, it's awfully, awfully close as we see the leaderboard there.
Yeah, kind of shot it back towards the middle part of the track here. And of course, in pulling, we measured to the front of the sled, not actually the pulling vehicle. So we'll get the distance in here for Wayne Sullivan.
They are measuring with that triangular slow-moving vehicle SMV sign with a little bit of trivia. That sign was actually developed by the Agricultural Engineering Department at Ohio State.
Really? Okay.
I believe it was maybe back in the 60s or early 70s, and you see it used all across America. It became widely adapted to put on the rear of farm equipment.
So 3:15, the distance here for Wayne Sullivan. And we'll see if that's 3:15 even. I'd have to say pretty close here. We'll officially get the number
whatever
here.
the case, it's
yes,
number two. It's going to
yeah.
put him number 2. We knew it was going to. He had a chance to possibly take the lead, or certainly be up very high in the class, and that's where it's at. He made a great run, but we sort of come to expect that from the Kentuckian because we know of his equipment and we know how good of driver he is.
So we will put him in that number 2 spot. We'll put Todd Feist back to the number 3 spot, as we'll have R.J. Simon up next. He'll be followed by Chase Richardson, and then Terry Feist will be our final competitor here in the modified class. So 8 competitors, as we lost Les Corporal from last night. So R.J. Simon out of Farley, Iowa, another second-generation puller.
And Dan, I tell you, when you start talking about this family and this team, you can go on and on and on. We don't have enough time to talk about all the different entities that they're involved in, but take it away and tell us about the different classes they participate in.
For sure. Now, as of right now, the Simon family, they run in this light modified class. They've got a 4-engine modified class. They've got a super semi, a pro stock tractor, also got a 4-wheel drive back in the shop. I mean, it's just amazing. And they have won with all those vehicles. So, wow. Dave, look at where he's going to put that sled. Right up against the right side chalk line.
So he has picking up what happened last night in the 10,000-pound pro stock class, because so many of the pullers last night in the 3rd class that we will have this evening went to that right-hand side of the track. And he is picking up on that idea, and that's where he's going to go. He's going to try to get a new piece of dirt over there that might be a little more solid, a little more firm, more traction, that he can use that 6,000 horsepower and try to take the lead at almost 325 feet.
So once again, a 3-time winner as well as Wayne Sullivan. A win in Toma, a win in Rockwell, and then we saw him win here last night. Now, Dave, the big question is, he's going to keep it on that right side or going to let it drift off to the middle here? We're going to find out here pretty quick.
And I think he's hoping that if it drifts anyway, it will drift to the left rather than to the right, because he has no room on the right. If it starts to go right, he'll have to get heavy on the brakes, and that would really cancel the run badly. But he's got a lot of experience, and I think this is a great move on his part to pick on the right-hand side of the track.
All right, here we go. Simon says number 2 in points.
No!
Oh, my goodness.
No, and he had the horsepower to do it, and I'll tell you, the first 100 feet, the tractor looked great. It was really coming along, and then it started drifting to the left badly, and of course he had to get on the brakes, and he couldn't get on them hard enough. It would have caught him very short tonight anyway, but he's out of bounds. It's disqualified, and a tough break for this great team out of Iowa.
And it's just amazing just how quickly it shot across the track like that. It looked like he tried to was cross-tracking it, but boy, did that thing hook hard to that left-hand sideline. We'll see here on the replay as came down hard on that front end. And, Dave, you see those small airplane tires out there. And, the Walsh brothers years ago actually brought those to the sport. And, they produce those tires now, and actually had taken a set of those tires and taken them off an airplane and put them on the front of a modified tractor. That was so they could get those engines way out front, help with the transfer. But, now it seems commonplace here as everybody runs those small tires out front.
He's got damage there on the front end. But that can be repaired much easier. And, of course, fortunately, I don't think there's any damage to the engines. They sounded really good. And like I said, I thought he made a great start. And then once it started going to the left, it was bad news.
So over to the left side, and as we saw, disqualification. And
that doesn't happen very often with this team, does it?
No, not at all. That is, you normally do not see that for this team.
I don't think that they would have thought that this was going to be in a remote situation that they would be DQ'd. I think they thought we're going to have a good run. Well, it would be quite enough. That was the big question mark. But they never thought they would be starting on the right-hand side of the track and DQing on the left-hand side of the track. And they were way over there on the right side when they came off the line.
Yeah, we saw last night when RJ made his run, got over to the left side here and hit that brake, kind of propelled the tractor. And I think they were looking to kind of maybe do that again here tonight, but just as fast as that thing came across the track here, we'll get the replay up here and check that out. But you can see RJ up in the seat there, dejected there after his run. And
while they're getting ready to take the tractor off, we could talk a little bit about some of the safety features on these tractors, which I think we can't talk enough about. People need to know all the work that has gone on over the years, and the NTPA has been the leader in enacting the safety rules. But of course they've got the fire suit, they've got the fire gloves, they've got the roll cage around the driver, they wear a helmet, they've got a seat belt on, they're locked into that seat. They want to make sure that if anything was to happen to that tractor one way or the other, that they're not going to come out of that seat, and they're well protected in there. But a tough break for them tonight. These guys have come all the way from the wonderful state of Iowa, where there's a lot of great tractor and truck pulling out there, and they have a big pull themselves in their hometown. And tough break tonight. It's a DQ, and I think this was the furthest most thing from their mind.
Absolutely.
I don't think they were thinking about that at all. I think they were thinking, we got a great shot at this. We're going to go right down the right-hand side of the track. Whether we get all the way down, that's the question mark. But I don't think they thought they were going to be on the left-hand side of the track going out of bounds.
And Dave, one thing about the Simons, they were going for it. You know, they don't want second place. They want to win. And, you know, that competitors like that, I mean, we've seen, you know, up and down you're looking up and down these rosters, and, you know, all those teams out there, and that Simon team, they want to win, and they went for it here tonight, and unfortunately didn't go their way. But no doubt they'll be back, and they'll be stronger than ever, that's for sure. As we take a look here at Chase Richardson, our second to last hook. Now, Chase had an interesting story last night. As Chase was our test puller, they resetted the weight transfer machine, came back last in the class, and boy, he came less than a foot from taking the win last night. So a interesting new entry here for the Richardson family. As Chase, a second-generation puller out of Litchfield, Kentucky, kind of halfway between the Louisville and Nashville areas. Of course, they also got mini rod that they run, a two-wheel drive. They got a 4-engine unlimited tractor back at home. So very busy team throughout the summer. Now going to qualify their mini into the Enderly this year, but right now with that run they made last night, they are currently in the Enderly in that number 5 spot in points here tonight. Went from that number 7 spot into that number 5 spot last night. So they call it the tag team out of Litchfield, Kentucky. They're going to move that sled back over here. Looks like just a little bit left of center, not a whole lot. As we take a look there at Chase in the seat, he'll pump those brakes, get them ready to go, make sure they're ready.
It's going to take a run of 325 feet plus to take the lead in this class. It's going to take a super run.
Let's see what he's got for us here tonight. Chase Richardson and the tag team.
Going to be close now for second place, I believe.
Yeah, this team here, they have made wholesale changes on this tractor. I mean, you're talking just a whole pile of things they changed on this tractor before Bowling Green. And Bowling Green, they picked up their first win with that tractor, and Boy, it has made some real stout runs here the last couple of events. Chase Richardson rattling the ground here at the Stark County Fairgrounds here tonight in Canton, Ohio. And boy, Dave, look at how close got over to that left-hand sideline there.
Yeah, it almost the same thing. It was almost happened that happened with the Simon pulling team. But a great run to pull this late in the class. He's now moved into second place at 3:16.06. And that moves Wayne Sullivan with the Kentuckian down into third now at 3:15 even. Our leader is still Johnny Payne from Canton, Ohio with Limitless at 3:24.98, almost 325 feet.
So with that run for Chase Richardson, that will punch his ticket into the Enderley at top 5. And the Enderley for so many years, Dave, since it was, actually when it started back in 1987 at the Ohio State Fair, and it's been just a invitational event, a money-only event, and now this year points are on the line, and we are going to crown champions this year at the Enderley Pull-Off.
That'll be a great event. And talking about the Ohio State Fair, we were mentioning pulls that were held all over the country, but the Ohio State Fair years ago was one of the really big events in America. And at that time, the governor of the state, Jim Rhodes, was a big supporter of the fair. He lived at the fair almost every day for 12 days. And he came to the tractor pull every day also. And he was a big supporter, and he loved the pull. And we did about 50,000 people there over the course of 5 days. We would start pulling at 8 o'clock in the morning and take a break for lunch and come back with an afternoon show. And it was a big thing. Only the tractor pull could have 5,000 people there at 8 o'clock in the morning. And
fighting for those seats. I remember, following along in the Puller magazine and just amazed that people were there that early to watch tractor pull.
It really was. It was a big deal. The purse was right around $100,000 altogether, and back in 1980, that was a lot of money. The pullers enjoyed pulling. It was one of the favorite spots on the NCPA Championship Trail, and like I said, our governor in Ohio was very supportive of the fair and very supportive of tractor and truck pulling. And the fair had a lot of great programming back then, and that was one of them.
All right, so Terry Feist and the Feisty Farmer, Lawrenceburg, Indiana, the second half of the Feist pulling team. And Terry's looking to put down a good run here. As over the years, we've seen, many great ladies here in modified competition. Terry just following along here is one of the best as well, as she's got some regional championships in the modified class as well as the two-wheel drive class, and boy, she would like to lay down a great one here tonight, take that win.
We'll talk about those tires again. You get a good view of the tires and the rims. We'll talk about that after the run.
Another nice run for Terry Feist, the Feisty Farmer. I'm going to say right around that number 4, maybe number 5 spot here tonight for Terry, as we'll wait for the numbers to come in.
That was a solid run. She kept it between the white lines. I think she got real nervous in the last 100 feet that she might be heading to the left-hand side of the track. And so she did a good job keeping between the white lines.
Yeah, we saw right there, made that correction there, hit the brake and brought it back around. So we'll put Terry Feist in that number 5 spot at 293.90 as we take a look here at our leaderboard. So congratulations, Johnny Payne, going to be our winner here tonight, the test puller, and holds up. As
look how close second and third place ended up at. and really the top 5 positions were all pretty close. But Limitless, who pulled early in the class, actually number 1, made the best run at almost 325 feet.
So Johnny Payne, he'll pick up his first Grand National win of the summer here. As we take a look down the line here, Chase Richardson, number 2 again here tonight with the tag team. And then, of course, Wayne Sullivan, number 3 with the Kentuckian. And with that third-place finish, will clinch his way into the Enderley pull-off here, and I do believe we'll lock up that Grand National title for him.
Well, congratulations. That's terrific. For a guy that's pulled for many, many years, and we won't say how many, but he's got to be very, very happy.
Nice, guys.
He's pulled all over the country and just been tremendous, so congratulations to him. This was a very good class, and we've seen a little bit of breakage tonight. Had some rods come out through the bottom of engines, and you don't like to see that, but they know how to repair it. They know what to do. Just get the checkbook out.
So we'll send it down trackside as Chris has got Johnny Payne, our winner here tonight in the light mods.
I am with tonight's winner, Johnny Payne. You just said I needed that. Tell me why.
I've been in second 3 times this year, and it's been really close every time, and it's like that felt good to just go out there and be 10 feet ahead even. Felt really good.
You were on Countdown to Pull Time with us earlier today, and you said you were worried about overthinking. You said you had to just learn how to not overthink. How did you do it?
I still overthought it, but it worked out.
So what's next for Johnny Payne, too? Now you're a winner here at Stark County, Grand National winner.
We have to go to Enderley in 2 weeks, so that'll be next hook.
How are you going to celebrate tonight?
Go to home and go to bed.
So, have these guys
all
all
scratched?
Yes,
not overthinking, although it worked tonight, and we're going to work on your celebration a little bit. But take it tonight.
Yeah,
Congratulations,
lost, I think,
Johnny.
2
Thank
from
you.
Last night, they said, yeah. All right, so Johnny Payne, our big winner in our light modified class, is we had Johnny on the Countdown show earlier here today, so that worked out well for Johnny. As picked up his first win of the summer. As we take a look here at our final Grand National class of the night, we've got 18 of the 10,000-pound pro stocks. And Dave, we kind of touched on that a little earlier in our show, and what a show they put on last night, these pro stock tractors.
They did. This was some of the most strategic pulling that I have seen in a long, long time. Most everybody had been running in the middle of the track, and then all of a sudden we started seeing a shift where they lined up on the right-hand side of the track. And all of a sudden, the runs really started improving dramatically. And then we saw some pullers late in the class that went to the left-hand side of the track, and they made good runs as well. I think that this class is wide open tonight. I think you're going to see a lot of strategy used tonight, just like we saw last night. I think these guys are going to be sticking their knives and their tools into the track to find out, where's the hard part of the track, where's a good pot to get a good bite into the track with my tires. And they're going to take some bold moves, I think, tonight, because they did it last night and they saw really great results.
Yeah, and like we talked about, the luck of the draw really didn't matter last night. It just wherever you came in that field.
It didn't matter whether you pulled early, in the middle, or late. There was tremendous runs last night, and I think this field is up for grabs tonight. I think anybody can win it, and it's going to take take horsepower, of course, but it's going to take some strategy on where you spot the sled and how you drive the tractor, of course.
And Dave, we take a look at some of the young fans out there enjoying the pulling action here as we keep the action going here, hot and heavy.
We are just about a mile down the road from the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. So this is Championship Town, of course, very famous. This was the start of professional football many, many years ago, and they've got a great museum. If you've never seen it and you like professional football, by all means, put it on your bucket list. So the fairgrounds, not too far away from that. We've got a good crowd here tonight, a good crowd last night. I want to salute the folks at the Stark County Fair for the job they've done with building the track, organizing it, bringing all the sponsors together, and they've just done a tremendous job. Number one is really, pullers always want a good track, and this is a number 10, no question about it. And it's a fair track, it's a good track, it goes back together, it's a power track, it has all the right ingredients, and pullers like that the best.
And Dave, going back to the we talk about the Pro Football Hall of Fame and, was there years ago. And I told myself, as a Buffalo Bill fan, I will not go back there until they win the big one.
Okay.
So
we hope
we're going to hold off on that.
We hope it's not too many years down the road. My wife and I do like the Bills, and we like that part of the country, western New York, and there's a great fair up there. It's called the Erie County Fair, and that's one of my favorites. And the Buffalo Bills are always a great team, very entertaining. We like their quarterback, and we hope that they do it sometime.
Yes.
But with 32 teams in the league now, I believe. It's hard to do. It's not an easy task at all. It's going to be a great NFL season, as it's going to be in college football as well.
So we take a look here at the screen as we use up another can of John Deere Ether. Get these Pro Stocks up and going. And we talk about, the size of these Pro Stock turbochargers on them now. One single turbocharger on them. As we see Mike Connie in the seat here, going to be doing the driving of the Mac Nasty here tonight, our test puller out of Beloit, Ohio. And, of course, that Mac name up and down the highways and byways of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you drive up and down, as Dan said, the highways and byways, you're going to go past, or you're going to have them pass you many, many times on the highway. Semi-trailers called a Mac trailer, and it's very identifiable on the trailers. These are some of what we would call the Cadillac of trailers in the semi-trucking business, and this is an outstanding company from here in Ohio that builds these trailers.
So Mike Connie comes in number 3 in Grand National points here in 2016, a Grand National champion, and will punch his way into the Enderley there with the number 3 spot here, and finished up number 7 last night in our class of 20 as we are down to 18. We had a couple scratches here tonight as the Brent Meyer tractor, the injected funds that Brandon Simon drove last night will be a scratch, as well as Tom Lammers with the Tomahawk will be a scratch, so they are on our sheet noted here. But, we do have 18 ready to go, and one of the best on the starting line here, as we saw last night's puller. Now, Julia Ray usually drives the Mac Daddy tractor, and we saw James Ray. Now, Julia does a lot of the sports shooting that you're on a horseback and you shoot targets. And that's what Julia's big into. She's got a big one here this weekend, talking to Tate this afternoon, her husband.
Now, how fast are you riding on these horses when you're shooting the target?
Pretty fast. I mean, it's called cowboy mounted shooting. And you'll go around a course, and you know every time you get to a certain mark, you got to shoot a target. And it's just sometime you get a chance to go on YouTube and watch it. It's amazing what they do. And Julia is really good at it. And he said she's got a big event here this weekend. They got a big one coming up in Tennessee. So good luck to Julia, and good luck to her tractor as well. So see what Dad's got here tonight. The Mac Nasty, our number 1 hook here, 10,000-pound pro stock class, brought to you by Yoder Popcorn.
Now, they've got a little more weight that they can move around, but I'm guessing it's all going to be on the front for the most part.
Wow, what a way to start the class off. 10,000-pound pro stocks. Picture perfect run there for Mike Connie.
So, Dan, what do you think? That was a fabulous run. Is he going to take it, or do you think he's going to drop as the test puller?
I think he's going to take that run. I think right now he's going through his mind and what happened out there. But I've been wrong before.
I think you made a good point, and if I was to put some money down on it, I'd say he's going to take the run because it was awfully good.
Okay, we got 2 thumbs up from Mike Connie down there, so I'm going to say he's going to take that run. He's pretty happy.
350 feet even.
So 350 to get us started here as our test puller. As we take a look at that run on the replay, and boy, just really got those 24.5 tires locked into the track right off the get-go, and they found something, I think.
Any idea about how many gallons of diesel fuel that they might be using as they go down a 350-foot course?
I want to say about 4 to 5 gallons. I seem to remember the 4 to 5 there. And Pro Stock tractors. Of course, started off years ago, the early 80s, as the economy class for pullers, and you can see where that has got them. Some of the Cadillacs.
Making power means get the checkbook out.
Yes. As we take a look here.
I like this tractor. All you Massey Ferguson fans are going to like it too. And he made a great run last night.
Yes, he did. Carlton Cope from not too far away, Salem, Ohio, finished up number 5 in our Grand National class last night here. The Massey Ferguson 2805, the only V8 we got in Pro Stock competition here tonight, that Perkins V8 for power. And of course, we saw those manifolds, those headers glowing at the end of his run. Of course, Carlton does a lot of work with the Connie team, getting those engines going. Of course, Carlton not able to make the event last week in Wellington, Ohio, so good to see him out here pretty much at his hometown pull. As we talked to Danny Schmucker in our Countdown to Pull Time show earlier, he mentioned, the Connie family, Carlton Cope, the 2 Schmucker tractors. There's about 5 or 6 Pro Stocks right in this immediate area here, about half hour to 45-minute radius of the Stark County Fairgrounds. So that run of 350 even for Mike Connie. It's going to be a tough one to beat here.
And you can see that he's got some weight right in front of the rear tires on each side. Looks like about 200 pounds probably on each side.
It's got to be right down there, Carlton Cope. As we take a look here at some of the former winners here at the Stark County Fairgrounds, and we look here at Danny Schmucker's got 3 wins, Kevin Schmucker's got a couple wins, Julia Ray a couple, Mike Connie's got a couple, Brent Meyer, Rob Russell in our field here tonight. So we've got the very competitive class here over the years here in Canton. So 337 and 94 will be the numbers here for Carlton Cope. 337 and 94.
That'll put him in second place now after the 2 tractors have run. Mike Connie, our first puller, in the lead at 350 feet even.
So it'll be interesting to see here in this Pro Stock class. Are we going to start moving that sled around like we saw last night?
We were talking a little bit earlier about the tires and the expense of the tires and the grinding of the tires. I noticed as we get a close-up view on the tires and the wheels, and you see a lot of screws around the rim and the tire. Tell us a little bit about what that's all about.
Yeah, basically like a bead lock, like you'd find in dirt late model racing or anything like that. Just basically holds the wheel to the the tire there, and we have seen them separate. Seen wheels break here over the last month or so, and some different things happen. But yeah, that basically a bead lock out there is what they do.
And they do the same thing in drag racing as well.
Yep, same thing. Yep.
Right. A lot of things that happen in drag racing have also happened in tractor and truck pulling, especially in the modified classes. A lot of the safety features, bell housings and blower restraints and things like that. I remember the first time that we took a triple engine modified tractor out of Colorado, a guy by the name of Gary Sporhace. I took him to the SEMA show in Las Vegas, and I'll tell you, the drag racers, they climbed all over that tractor. They couldn't believe it. They were racing with 1 engine, and now here comes a guy in tractor pulling with 3 engines hooked together, and that really impressed them.
And I always say, Dave, when you come to a tractor pull, a championship Grand National pull, make sure you hit it in the pit area. Get out in the pit area, check out all these vehicles, and go through them because they are works of art.
And we've seen a lot of people here at the Stark County Fair doing that today in the pits. Bringing their families there, taking a close-up look at the engines, how they mount them together, how they build them, talk to the drivers. It's been a lot of fun. It's a great education.
So Robbie Russell, Prescott, Iowa, the workhorse, up next here in our Pro Stock competition. Good run for Rob last night as he finished up in that number 4 spot here with the workhorse. Going to work that middle part of the track here tonight. All chasing Mike Connie in that Mac Nasty. Yeah, the red one.
I believe these first three tractors have shown us and indicated to us how close this class is going to be with the 18 tractors that we have. I think it's going to be one of the closest lineups of tractors in competition that we've ever had.
Yeah, great straight pass there for Rob Russell with the workhorse. As he looks over at the official here, as we'll get the numbers in here for Robbie Russell at the 3:36 and 99. So first three pullers here again, and we're seeing the distances kind of work their way back, and I think we're going to start working around that track here. Spotting that sled different spots on the track.
I think somebody's going to go to the left or go to the right side tonight like they did last night. I think somebody's going to make that move, and we don't know who it's going to be and when it's going to happen, but I'd put $25 down on it. It's probably going to happen sometime.
All right, we'll send it down trackside to Krista as she has got a report on the Pro Stocks.
18 tractor states and 2 countries. Some are green with envy, others come with extra butter. They're all trying to make the perfect pass. From the time the green flag goes in the air, each driver needs only about 10 seconds. That's all it takes. That's It can change a night. It can certainly change a season, possibly even change an entire. Have a front row seat to all the action, all the horsepower, drama, and all the emotion.
All right, so great field of Pro Stocks here tonight as we'll bring out our next one. And boy, it's a tough one here as we got Brandon Simon doing the driving here of the Loud and Heavy. As Brent Meyer, the owner of this tractor, not on hand here this weekend, so Brandon has been tapped to do the driving here. So Brandon Simon going to pilot 2 of the Pro Stocks here tonight. The second Brent Meyer tractor, the injected funds, will be a scratch here tonight. So,
and look at this, Dan. We just mentioned a moment ago we thought somebody would go to the right-hand side of the track, and that's what we're going to see up next.
Yeah, we saw brother RJ in the light modified class over here on the right side, right up against that chalk line. And it'll be interesting to see if they're going to work that right side or going to let it drift off to the middle here. So once again, Brandon Simon doing the driving.
I see 2 chalk lines there. I think it's the one closest to the tractor.
We'll take that one, right?
The other one is the line is where people have to be behind that line. They're working along the track there.
So it looks like they're going to take another shot here, lining this tractor up, making it sure nice and square to the front of that sled. You get off a little bit left or right, and actually that sled will pull you in that direction. So you want to make sure that you're lined up perfectly square to the front. As we see brother RJ out there and making sure everything good to go.
The tractor out of Red Granite, Wisconsin, Loud and Heavy, driven tonight by Brandon Simon. Our 4th puller this evening at the distance to beat, 350 feet. Basically, you got to take it just about the entire length of the track to take the lead. The fabulous first run by Mike Connie of Beloit, Ohio. Here comes this big John Deere.
Yeah, one of the best in the class for right here, Brandon Simon. Hasn't run these Pro Stocks a whole long time, but he has adapted well. Well, he tried to keep it down that right sideline.
I think it was a terrific drive. I think it was a great move that he made on the right-hand side of the track. I think that was a very good move, and it's a good pull. Going to come up a little short, but a very good run. Nothing to be ashamed of at all. Great pull tonight. This is a very popular class, very close competition. I mentioned last night that we all like different kinds of racing, whether it be NASCAR. I enjoy Formula One, and I like to watch IndyCar racing. One of the things in Formula One, sometimes you'll have a couple of those drivers that they'll be way out in front, maybe like by a minute or something like that at the end of the race. But in IndyCar racing, we're seeing those IndyCars in really close competition. And I equate the same thing here tonight in this 10,000-pound Pro Stock class. A lot of great competition here. Different colors. We've got Case IH. We've got John Deere's and some other makes. And it's a very good class.
So we'll see Brandon Simon a little bit later on here in our Pro Stock class as he'll be piloting his own tractor. And let's see where that will line up here. Looks like position number 17. So he's going to get 2 cracks at it here tonight. So 3:32.05 will be the distance here. 3:32.05.
And this is what's interesting now as we look down the first 4 pullers. So each puller has gone slightly behind the one just ahead of them. So 350 feet is the distance to beat. Mike Connie is in the lead with the Mac Nasty. Second place is Carlton Cope out of Salem, Ohio with Warpath. Third place is Rob Russell with Workhorse, and fourth place was the puller we just saw run, Brandon Simon, pulling for Brent Meyer out of Red Granite, Wisconsin, and Loud and Heavy.
All right, so one of the hometown pullers. Up next here is Kevin Schmucker, right over in Louisville, Ohio, about a half hour from here, as we see son Danny on the fair board, the guy that makes this event happen here, this tractor pull here at the Stark County Fairgrounds. As Kevin, a big winner 1 year ago. He won it Saturday night 1 year ago here. And Kevin, a 2-time winner. We talked about that. Danny's had 3 wins here at his hometown event.
And here again, going down the right-hand side of the track. It's backed up to the sled. It's a beautiful-looking tractor.
So the Getter Done Deer. Our next puller here, of course, the Schmucker family, the Rampage tractor for so many years, and then they decided, instead of sharing that Rampage, they decided to go out and purchase the Getter Done Deer, and Kevin has been running that ever since. Former Grand National winning championship tractor. So here we go. Let's see if they can figure it out here. Pro Stock class.
350 feet is the distance to beat. It is going to take a spectacular run, but we believe that we've got some tractors back there that can do it, and this is one of them.
Taking just a little bit of time, building that boost. That John Deere 7830, 680 cubic inches, making about 5,000 horsepower nowadays.
Another great pull, and this is going to be right in there with these other pullers that ahead of him. Kevin Schmucker out of Louisville, Ohio, Getter Done Deer, the number 5 puller here tonight in a class of 18, running on the right-hand side of the track like a lot of pullers did last night, where they had a tremendous amount of success. And this is going to be a good distance. I don't think it's going to be a leading distance, but it's going to be a good one.
So just like that, 3:33.08, and our stretch of pullers going backward, we're kind of going back the other way.
All of a sudden now, the person that has pulled number 5 in the 5th position is now moved up into 4th place. So a good run. It shows that it can be done.
Yes.
333.05 for the Kevin Schmucker tractor. Good run.
We'll see you start working the other way here as we've got our official NTPA statistician, John Dunlap, has sent me the 5 vehicles that have earned their way into the Enderley for the light super stocks, led by the current points here in light super stock is Colt Whitworth with the Yield Express in the number 1 spot. Number 2 spot right now will be the Alter Ego and Brian Bowles. Number 3 will be Rex Kuhn. Number 4 will be Marcus Weddleson. And number 5, the Considered Armed and Dangerous, will be the top 5 going into the Enderley in the light super stock class. So congratulations.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but I will. Any idea what they'll win for first place there in Urbana?
That I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the... Of course, I know they run for the bonus out there, so...
Sure.
As here we take a look at the last chance out of Lower Knoxburg, New Brunswick, Canada, as Chance McGrath here, and Chance having trouble last night in our competition and had to take a hook broke out there as his second attempt and was not able to make it up, and they were back there working on the tractor, and and I believe something on the fuel pump drive is what went bad on him. And Chance says, well, he thinks we got it fixed. He says it was idling, running pretty good in the pits, but you just never know until you hook to that weight transfer machine. So the tractor out of Canada here tonight, Chance McGrath.
New Brunswick, and I believe you said it's very close to Maine.
Yeah, right on the Maine New Brunswick border there is, they've got, for many years, Chance actually would run with the Maritime pullers up there in New Brunswick and would come down to eastern New York, run some of the events out there, and has since graduated out into the Grand National competition. This beautiful Last Chance tractor, and you can see the lights underneath the hood here, and would like nothing better to get this back on top here. Is looking to spend next couple weekends out here. Next weekend be out in Sandwich, Illinois, and looking to make a couple hooks out there next Saturday night at the Sandwich Fair out there in Sandwich, Illinois. But first things first, gonna run here tonight.
350 feet is the distance to beat. Mike Connie of Beloit, Ohio, with McNasty is in the lead. He was our first puller. And now let's see what Chance McGrath can do.
Dave, I'd say they got that problem sorted out. Great run there for Chance McGrath. And boy, he has been snake bit here the last couple of events. And we'll be very, very pleased with that run here tonight.
All held together, was a good run, and yeah, when he loads it on the trailer, he'll feel good that he made a good pass.
Case IH 405, the Last Chance. So 335 and 88 here. We're moving around that number 4 spot.
Well, we are. We've seen a little bit of a trend now. The last two pullers have now moved up in the standings. And this is going to mean that Chance McGrath now is going to be in the number 4 position, I believe.
Yeah, number 4 here for Chance. And Dave, track conditions maybe coming back. We talk about a track going away, track coming back around, and we got the sun down, moisture working its way up in the track here. It's been consistent here all night long, but maybe just getting a little bit better here, coming back together a little bit here as we see the class moving along. So we'll put Chance McGrath in that number 4 spot at 335.88. That's still 15 feet behind Mike Connie, our current leader with the McNasty. We take a look here at our lineup as we should have Josh Shipley doing the driving here of the Gambler tractor out of Quebec once again at John Deere 6030. They'll be followed by Russ Yoder, the only mini-mo we've got here in Pro Stock competition, and then Denny Brown with the Green with Envy out of Kentucky, our next 3 here in Pro Stock here tonight. So we mentioned next weekend the Pro Stocks will go for their next 2 hooks. This is hook number 16, so they'll have 17 and 18 in Sandwich, and they will conclude in 2 weeks at the Enderley Pull-Off in Urbana, Ohio for their hook number 19.
In looking down the lineup of the pullers tonight, Josh Shipley, I see that he's from Kensington, Ohio. I believe that's in the eastern part of the Buckeye State. And I think it's the town that Dave and Dale Haley lived near. And Dave was the first president of the National Tractor Pullers Association back in 1970. He was a great president, a great leader. Dave pulled a Allison aircraft engine called Foxy Lady, and his brother Dale pulled a D21, an Alice Chalmers D21. And they were great pullers. They built golf courses for a living, and they were from eastern Ohio. I believe Kensington was their hometown.
Okay, Dave, so I do have an answer to your question about the Enderley Pull-Off. The purse for the Enderley Pull-Off, the classes will get between $1,500 and $4,000 to win, depending on the division. So there you go. Just like that. John on the spot there. NTPA statistician. He's got the answer for us. So, yes, between $1,500 and $4,000, depending on what.
And, of course, everybody in the class will be getting a check no matter where they finish.
Yep, the top 5. Yep.
Right.
So let's see what the Can-Am connection here. Tractor out of Quebec, Canada, is Josh Shipley doing the driving. It's John Deere 6030. Dave, he drove it out of that smoke down there. We really couldn't see him.
Well, the old joke that we used many years ago is that we're not going to have a problem with mosquitoes tonight here at the fair in Canton, Ohio.
Is Josh going to come up short here with the Gambler tractor? It's the LaGrange family out of Quebec, Canada. Boy, beautiful night here. Competition here at the Stark County Fairgrounds here in Canton, Ohio.
Yeah, we've got a good crowd on a Saturday night, and the track is great. These are great pulling enthusiasts. They know it's a championship pull. It's a grand national event for these first three classes, and people are enjoying it tonight. They do have their jackets on and their sweaters because we're getting some cool early fall weather here in parts of the Midwest. It's been absolutely beautiful the last couple of days. And I'm sure we're going to have some warmer weather come in September. But it's felt good because we've had a warm summer throughout America this year. And it feels good to have a little bit cooler weather. It's almost football weather as well.
Yeah, ready for football season. Yeah. Football weather is... We take a look here at the Extra Butter team, and they got the hood up here, and they're working on the front of that tractor. We see working on a line there. On the front of this tractor here. And,
and they're up next.
Yeah, they are supposed to come, so I'm going to have to say they'll probably take a mechanical drop here in our class. It looks like adding a little bit of oil here. So team under the gun here. When they are called to the line, they got 3 minutes to get to the start line. And if not able to make that time, they can use a drop.
Do you want to take a guess at what they're actually doing there? We see it looks like they're putting some oil in that line.
Looks like, yeah. Not sure exactly.
Let's see if we can get it going here.
Now Russ sitting in the tractor. He's ready to go.
Well, they seem pretty confident whatever they are actually doing that they can get it fixed and get it ready to go.
Go ahead, start it.
We'll get Extra Butter up here to the start line. Russ Yoder, the sponsor here. Yoder Popcorn for the 10,000-pound Pro Stock class. So they'll spray in some more ether here. They decompress these engines.
They give you a good idea about the size of these turbochargers. These are absolutely huge.
Dave, you can pretty much take a can of pop beer and kind of place it right in the front of that inlet there of that turbocharger.
I like the looks of this tractor. I like the name of this tractor.
Yeah, Russ Yoder, farm about 2,000 acres of popcorn. Shipshewana, Indiana, the northern part of the Hoosier State.
Indiana's a very popular pop growing state. Popcorn growing, I should say. And I think Orville Redenbacher might have had something to do with that. But there were other companies, there are other companies there as well.
So the Mini Mo G1355 makes its way out on the track here. And good to see Russ back out on the circuit. Kind of came back right around the Brandenburg, about the midpoint of the season with the Extra Butter.
So we'll bring that one to the track. Russ Yoder out of Shipshewana, Indiana. The Extra Butter machine here.
So getting pretty tough to see where they're spotting the sled down there.
Yeah, our camera crew on the starting line is doing a great job, and they have a much clearer picture. So we're going to look at our monitor here to see that versus just looking at the action, because it's a little hard for us to see the tractor there at the starting line. This was a very popular make of tractors many, many years ago. At one time, America had about 200 different tractor manufacturers. I should say North America did, because there were a number of manufacturers in Canada. And Minneapolis Moline was a popular brand. And now we've got about 4 brands, I believe, altogether of tractor manufacturers left in North America.
So there we take a look at the big stack on these Pro Stock tractors.
They're going to make a tremendous amount of boost, putting a tremendous amount of pressure on those cylinders on the engine. And we've already saw in the early class tonight some damage, a rod going out through the bottom of the oil pan and dropping oil on the track. He's going to get this fire in the hole, as they say, and he's going to turn to this black smoke. He's really going to be making power then in the motor, and he's ready to leave the line any moment here now. 350 feet even is the distance to beat.
Run for the Mini Mo.
Yeah, I like that. I like the look of the tractor. I like the name of the tractor, and I like that run.
Absolutely picture perfect. Got that front end up and carried it the whole length of the track here. As we will see what the numbers come up for Russ Yoder and Extra Butter here tonight. So the numbers will come in at 333 and 95. Number 5 spot for Russ. So number 5 for the Extra Butter. Kind of more or less working the whole middle part of that track. As Denny Brown out of Clay, Kentucky, our next puller, Pro Stock competition. Last night's winner, James Ray, will follow with the Mac Daddy, and then Nick Elsinger with the Dream on Deere. Our next 3 in Pro Stock competitions are just about halfway through this class of 18 here tonight. As we take a look at our 8 competitors that have made runs here in our Pro Stock class.
Once again, we want to salute our sled operator on the mark sled from over at Greenville, Ohio, in the western part of the Buckeye State. Just a great job of working our pull here. These are all, of course, mechanical sleds. And you'll remember many years ago at the start of tractor and truck pulling, the sleds were actually pulled back to the starting line by a tractor. And that slowed down the process quite a bit as well. And so with the self-propelled sleds and electronic measuring and track crews now that really do a fabulous job of massaging the track, as I call it, it's really speeded up the show considerably.
Now, Dave, you as an announcer, back in the days when, you had to go out there with the tape measure to, to measure and then pull the sled back, what did you guys talk about from that time?
Well, we talked about just about everything under the sun. And I thought you were going to ask how many of those shows went after midnight, and there were a lot of them.
I was going to, yeah. You were telling me on the phone last week, we were talking, and you had mentioned that you did a pull, was it in Kansas?
Yes, that's right. Mike Snyder was our track man back then, our field supervisor. And I believe we were in maybe Liberal, Kansas. And the show, we got rain that night. And I remember the pullers actually ended up pulling in the rain, pulling through some water, in fact, at a farm machinery show out there. And the show didn't finish till about 5 o'clock in the morning. I think we had 10 people left in the grandstand. And as we made our way back to the hotel, which was about 25 miles away, Mike said, well, Dave, you've really lived now in tractor and truck pulling when you see the sun come up on your way home from the pull.
From the pull, yeah. My goodness. Green with Envy, Denny Brown out of Kentucky. Denny's first full season of running the Grand National Circuit here with the Green with Envy tractor. we'll see what the numbers come in. Now, Denny's been sharing the driving duties with his son Sam, and Elijah we've seen behind the wheel, but here this weekend it's been Denny doing the driving. And finished up number 8 last night here. We'll see what the numbers come up for him. Looking to make his way into the Enderley in that number 4 spot. So 324.00. 24.00 for Denny Brown. So, Dave, we're going to work our way into last night's winner, and this is going to be interesting where he is going to spot that sled with that Mac Daddy, James Ray. So he picked up his second career Grand National win last night.
It was about this time in the lineup last night when the pullers really started going to the right-hand side of the track. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen right now, even though we have seen a couple go to that side. But it looks like James Ray is going to select pretty much the center of the track.
Yeah, James doing the driving for Julia Ray. We talked about Julia doing her shooting and not being able to be here, and has really not made a whole lot of events here throughout the summer, as she's been pretty busy with that. But James has done a great job piloting. Sometimes he runs actually both the Connie tractors. And here this weekend he'll do the driving here of the Mac Daddy. And with that win last night, number 5 moved from number 7 to number 5 in Grand National points, and that's where he needed to be to get into that Enderley. So
well, our leader continues to be Mike Connie, who was our first puller tonight, went 350 feet, and that's the distance that everybody is chasing. Currently, number 2 was our second puller, Carlton Cope, out of Salem, Ohio, with the Warpath tractor at 337.94.
So we see crew chief out there, Tate Ray, gonna back in James Ray, not spelled the same. We see Tate going to make sure he's lined up nice and square. Now, last night when we saw James, he was the last hook in the class, was way over on the right-hand side and made a bonsai run right down that right-hand sideline. Now, here tonight, track conditions a little bit different. Looks like going to basically work the center part of the track here.
Well, remember they graded the track, they packed the track, they actually tore it up to begin with and then repacked it. So things can change from night to night, of course.
You know, that's one of the great things about pulling. You know, different parts of the country, different soils, and you know, you talked about being out, you know, southern events, you know, where the track's really sandy and soily, and you know, you get out to the Midwest where you got the clay tracks, and just all depends where you are in the country.
Yeah, most of the power tracks in America are in the Midwest, where we have an abundance of really good clay, and that's what the pullers like to pull. It's got to be the right mixture. It can't be 100% clay. You got to have a good mixture of some other soils in there so that it'll pack back together.
Yeah, and a lot of the tracks, when they're not, you know, during the off season, they'll plant, you know, something on the tracks, organic material, and work into the tracks. Get ready to go here with the Mac Daddy. James Ray looking to go back-to-back here in Canton.
The long distance to go, 350 feet, but this is a tractor that could do it.
Whoa! Now, Dave, he's got to beat the boss, right? Mike Connie in the lead with the Mac Nasty.
This is close, folks.
Wow.
350 feet is the distance to beat. And, my golly.
Wow, these tractors are running.
They are really running. And he got a good hole shot, didn't have to touch the brakes a lot. And what a terrific run. Can't wait to see the distance. It'll be up in just a moment.
All right, we'll check out the replay here as we'll take a look here on the screen. The hole shot. Take a look at that tractor. Spin them tires. And there he goes. And woo, there it is. New leader, 351.92. For James Ray will take over the number 1 spot, so we'll put Mike Connie in that number 2 spot.
So that run was almost 2 feet better than the other tractor, the sister tractor.
And what a run there for James Ray.
Yeah. And it shows here again, we are just slightly over halfway in this class, and it shows that it could be done. And that's what we've liked about this track is the track has been very fair, very equitable no matter when you pulled. We had our leader at 350 for a long time, and here comes the 10th tractor and takes over that lead by 2 feet.
So he may have opened up a road here, as we call it. And we will see as Nick Elsinger will be up next here out of Linta, Ohio with the Dream On Deer. Our newer pullers here in Pro Stock competition. He'll be followed by Jack Mays with the Billet Binder International, and then Jeremy Smith with the Spontaneous Combustion, the Cat Challenger.
There's a great picture there from our guys down on the starting line with the camera crew. You see the Ferris wheel in the background of some of the rides here at the fair. County fairs and state fairs go hand in hand with tractor and truck pulling and vice versa. And I think that's really how it got its start, pulling many years ago, back in the 50s. Almost every county fair had a tractor pull. Of course, that was back when they had the step-on sleds in the 50s, and we didn't get the mechanical sleds until the late 70s, or rather late 60s, I'm sorry. But, county fairs are a really big part of it. There's still a lot of county fairs that have them, quite a few still at state fairs. The Iowa State Fair is a big one that comes to mind.
But like you said, though, Dave, a lot of the, state fairs, Ohio State, New York State Fair, lost the big tractor pulls years ago.
They redesigned their fairgrounds, and they took the tractor pull tracks out. And, I still wish that they had them, but when you have to remodel the fairgrounds for different uses sometimes. But they were very popular events, and both those events that you mentioned at the Ohio State Fair and the New York State Fair were huge events.
So here we take a look at the Dream On Deer and Nick Elsinger.
And now the distance to beat is 351.9.
Nice shot there for Nick Elsinger and the Dream On Deer, but going to be a little bit short of that 351.92. James Ray, our current leader. And Dave, as we'll take a look here on the replay, we see another one of the things that have changed in tractor competition here with these tractors is the air ride suspension on the fronts of these tractors. You watch them as they take off, the front end will come up, and then they'll settle them down there. So 326 and 10 will be the distance here for Nick. 326 and 10 as we take a look at the Billet Binder. Jack Mays out of Amity, Missouri, just north of the Kansas City area. He will be up next. We'll see what a red one can do here. We've seen the John Deere parade kind of work their magic.
Once again, a shout out for all the folks here at the Stark County Fair in Canton, Ohio, just about a mile away from the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We've got a good crowd tonight in the grandstand. It's a cool evening here. It's good weather to go to the fair, go to tractor pulling, and actually football season as well. But I want to salute all the track officials with the NTPA and all of the local officials that have helped build this track. They've also raised a tremendous amount of money through sponsorships, and we've seen all those signs up and down the fence here. They've just done a really good job of organizing this pull. And I think everybody here tonight is enjoying it. We hope that you are enjoying it at home, watching this show. Full Pull Live. It's been a great couple of days here at the Stark County Fair.
Yeah, one of 3 events going on here tonight on Full Pull Live, and of course you can on demand. You can go back and watch anyone you want to. Might be watching this event in Canton tomorrow morning. Go watch one of the other events that happened here tonight. As we see, well, Dad Stewart out there front, Jack in the seat. This great pulling team here out of Amity, Missouri. The Billet Binder. Going to be followed by Jeremy Smith's Spontaneous Combustion. And then we'll have Tim Kane with his Red Gambler. So a couple internationals here by the luck of the draw. Kind of winding things down here, but we do, it's stacked from top to bottom. We take a look at this field here, and the best of the best. Championship pulling at its best here this weekend in Canton, Ohio.
Almost all of the 18 tractors in this class have a chance to win it. We've got 2 strong tractors right now in first and second place. It's going to take a whale of a run to beat these top 2 tractors, but I think it can be done because we saw it done last night, and they moved the sled around quite a bit. I don't think they're moving the sled quite as much tonight as we saw last evening, but the track is held up well, and the track is a power track, and somebody's got a shot to do it. Now you'll see all the weights out there on the front of the tractor, but they do have a couple of weights right there in front of the rear wheel. So they don't have everything out there in front, but pretty close to it.
All right, so let's see what the International has got for us here tonight. 351.92. John Deere leading the way. Got off to that left side a little bit there. And, Dave, going back to, we talked about last night, everybody moving the sled around. We really haven't seen anybody challenge that right extreme left side of the track, like we saw last night.
No, we saw after they went to the right side, and all of a sudden they went to the left side and had some great runs there. And we haven't seen, I don't think, anybody run the left side.
Tough break there for Jack Mays with the Billet Binder out of Missouri tonight. Looks like possibly got underneath that turbocharger. We talk about those big turbochargers, and got to keep the RPMs up, keep them spinning. 289 and 97 will be the distance here. 289 and 97.
Puts him in 11th place out of 12 tractors that have run.
So that'll bring us up here to Jeremy Smith out of Medina, Ohio, not too awful far from here. Spontaneous Combustion. We take a look at the Mac team out front. Mac Daddy number 1, Mac Nasty number 2. Got Carlton Cope sitting in that number 3 with the Massey Ferguson. Robbie Russell, number 4 spot, and a last chance of Chance McGrath, really making a good run here. Is not able to make a run last night. Satisfied with that one for sure. As we take a look here at our second bottom side of our top 10. So we'll have the Cat Challenger up next here. Can't think of too many Caterpillar Pro Stock tractors, but one of the best here is Jeremy Smith. Pulls out on the track here with this tractor. As this is a Cat Challenger 1038 is the model on this machine. Got that real wide front end.
And Dan, we want to make sure that we're providing the proper information, and you could bring me up to speed. But the engine block that would be in these tractors, is that the block that came with? They can put different blocks
not
in
anymore.
Now?
Yeah,
okay.
They've gone that different direction there years ago, and with the component chassis too. The chassis here are full out racing chassis now. Don't have to have the original ag chassis anymore. But that's why you've seen some different varieties out there in the class here. Jeremy Smith, real hard runner here in the state of Ohio.
351.92, the distance to beat. was impressed with his run. It was a smooth run, but he also had the tractor really nicely balanced too. No big wheelie out there, and it came up off the ground a little bit, but he lost very little drawbar, and that was a good run, a solid run.
Yeah, interesting to watch too with this tractor. He sits so low in the tractor, he actually got to look around the hood to see his way down the track here as we'll take a look here on the replay. Yeah, excellent run, 3:34.98. We'll put him in that number 6 spot, 3:34.
So out of 13 tractors that have run in this class so far, it now moves him up into 6th place.
So a good run for the Canton Challenger here in our Pro Stock class. Session number 2 here in Canton, Ohio. Once again, Full Pull Live. Dan Mayer and Dave Grimm bringing you all the action. We also got Krista Boda-Kelly. She's down there trackside working as well. Getting us some of the reactions from the pullers. As we take a look here at Tim Kane, going to be up next. He'll be followed by Esden Lemke and then Danny Schmucker. So we got the second half of the Schmucker pulling team as we take a look at the remaining competitors here in our Pro Stock class. And then we've got a couple Region 2 classes to take us home here tonight here at the Stark County Fairgrounds. We'll have the light limited super stock tractors as well as the classic super stocks. So Tim Kane out of New Palestine, Indiana, just east of the Indianapolis area. International 1066. And it's kind of been feast or famine for Tim this year. He's got a couple victories, but then doesn't get those victories, kind of falls a little bit short. Sits back in the points just a little bit here as Tim comes in here in the number 7 spot. Would like to get into that number 5 spot, but running out of time to do it.
Yeah, we're down to 5 tractors, I believe, and so
there it is, the old guys rule on the side of that. And we saw Tim there at the National Farm Machinery Show down in Louisville, and made it in the winner's circle and started that chant. The old guys rule. So that great event coming up in February, and for those folks that have never made their way down to Louisville for the indoor championship, big invitational. Got to earn your way into that event.
The arena down there seats about 15,000 people, and they'll sell out almost every show at the National Farm Machinery Show. Of course, it's a world premiere indoor farm machinery show in February. It's a great place to go.
All right, so Tim Kane, the Red Gambler.
He's got about every weight that he's got on that tractor out there in front. I think he's got them all hooked on up there in the front.
Now, Dave, he's about the furthest left we've seen somebody go here in Pro Stock.
Yeah. Yep.
And taking a gamble with the Red Gambler.
What a great gamble it was.
Yes.
This is going to pay off for him. That's a very beautiful pull. He lifted just properly, made a great start. It was a smooth run. I don't think he had to use the brakes hardly at all. And that tractor, it started a little bit left of center where he lined it up, and it stayed right there for the entire run as we look at it here at the end of the track. That's a good pull. The 14th puller tonight. And that's, I think we're going to get a good distance. Yeah, 3:30. It's going to put him in 10th place.
But boy, yeah, that just goes to show you how stacked up they are out there in this Pro Stock class. 3:30.97, and it's good enough for the number 10 spot here in our class.
Yeah, I thought it might be a little bit better, but I think he's got to be pretty happy with it.
So the new generation plus here at Esden Lemke, a third generation puller, as he will be up next year with that John Deere 4010. Now, Esden was in the number 5 spot going into this weekend in Grand National points. And after last night's show, got bumped out into that number 6 spot here. So he's looking to get him back into that number 5 spot.
There aren't many pullers that are called Esden, but here's one, and then there's another very famous puller out of Minnesota, Esden Lane, and I think he's still pulling.
Yep, Esden's still pulling, and actually that's what Esden is named after. There's Esden Lemke here, and then Esden Bartling, another puller that also named after Esden Lane. So
how about that?
You know you've done a good job when you start naming you.
I no question about it. That's great.
There you take a look at the airbag in the front there of the New Generation Plus, and of course his dad Robbie Lemke with Lemke Machine. They do a lot of engine work, do a lot of components for these Pro Stock tractors. Of course, Esden, the big winner of the $50,000 to win Nationals in Farley, Iowa earlier this year. Ran 6 classes out there, running for $50,000. Had to qualify. They took 50 vehicles, ran 25 each night, qualified 10, and took the top 20 into Saturday night. And those top 20 run for $50,000.
That has to be the biggest check that anybody's ever got, right?
In the sport of pulling,
right,
that is for sure. As Esden Lemke.
The distance still to beat, 351.92, almost 352 feet. First place, second place right now is 350 feet.
So the New Generation Plus now he's going to move that sled. Now we saw a teammate, Tim Kane, with the Red Gambler. He runs a Lemke setup in his particular tractor. And it looked like Esden going to move that sled back over towards the middle just a little bit here. Starting to wind down, just a handful left to go in our Pro Stock class here tonight, 10,000 pound Pro Stocks.
Dan, as fast as the tractors are coming down the track, I keep thinking one of them's going to go past that leader mark, and then that sled nails them right there at the end. You know?
Absolutely.
I'm seeing that speed, and I think, there's going to be the new leader, and then boom, that weight transfer box gets right up there to the front and hammers them there at the end of the track.
Yeah, once again, hats off to Mark Bingham, the sled operator here, the On the Mark sled, Greenville, Ohio. So I think everybody, makes the run and just says, man, what do we got to do? They get down there in contention there with those Mack tractors. 335 and 96. Good run. As that will put him number 5, 335 and 96.
Yeah, great run. And he pulled pretty much in the center of the track. You don't want to have that tractor moving from left to right like we've seen tonight in some other classes, and you don't want to have to touch those brakes. And you want to lift just a little bit, have the tractor just properly balanced, and that was a good pull. Puts him in 5th place.
And just, Dave, how close that competition is there. We take a look at all the 330s here tonight, and we're still in the 330s. There is number 11 spot, but boy, close competition here. And usually we see numbers like that in the Super Farm class, not in the Pro Stocks, but boy, they have put on some great shows here this summer. NTPA Grand National.
Three tractors to go in this class. The distance to beat still 251.92. First place, second place is at 350. And Rampage coming up.
So the all-time winner here at the Stark County Fairgrounds, Danny Schmucker, 3-time winner over the years. And on the fair board, boy, wouldn't that be great? He finds his way past that 351.92 here tonight, but it's going to take, like you said, Dave, a picture-perfect run to do so.
And he has moved to the right-hand side of the track. So maybe a little right, excuse me.
Looks right of center.
A little bit of right of center, yep.
So the Rampage team here, we see Dad Kevin out. He made his run out earlier with the Get Her Done deer. Of course, Kevin started with the Rampage back in the early days of pro stock, back in the early 80s. Started as a Grand National class with the NTPA back in the early 80s. And actually started with 10,000 and 12,000 pound classes. Over the years, everybody's kind of morphed into one weight class. As 10,000 is the weight that they have gone with. So Dad Kevin going to give some last minute instructions before Danny takes off here tonight. Should be Brandon Simon up next, and then Mike Linder, final tractor of the night. So the Linder brothers back there, waiting in the wings.
Yeah, it's been a great evening of pulling. It's been a great 2 nights of pulling, in fact, here at the fair. Championship NTPA pulling in Canton, Ohio at the Stark County Fairgrounds. A great track, a great crew, a great sled, all of the right components for good pulling. And I believe every puller that has pulled into the parking lot here and unloaded their equipment says they've had a fair and equitable chance. And they know that it takes good driving and good power to win here in Canton, Ohio. Well, I'll tell you, Mr. John Deere, who came from Rutland, Vermont, would be very proud to look at these green tractors, and of course seeing that deer on the side of this tractor, Rampage. He'd have a pretty tough time believing of what has happened to his brand of tractor. But I'll tell you that the Deers have looked good and have made Moline, Illinois very proud. Going to build his boost down there.
Yeah, it took the long way. Over here on the left side, brought it back around. Danny Schmucker.
Yeah, it just took a few more feet because he started in the center and he got over to the left-hand side. So he added some distance in there that he wanted to go a little bit straighter, and that's not the case. So let's see what that distance comes up with our measuring crew at 325.95.
And always interesting to watch, too, when the pullers make their run, and they'll take a look and, just kind of watch their eyes there after they make their run, and kind of always tell, like, well, maybe I should have tried this, or maybe I should have tried that. So we are down to 2 in our pro stock class here tonight. As James Ray looking for the sweep here this weekend. Got to dodge 2 more bullets. And he will be the winner. But boy, you sit back there and you look, Brandon Simon, and then Mike Linder sitting back in the wings. And
yeah, the last 2 tractors, either one of them could do it. It's not over until it's over, and we've got 2 really sharp tractors to go. Number 17th and the 18th entries in this class, 10,000 pound pro stock class, unbelievable power, competitiveness.
So Brandon Simon going to do the driving here, the Loudon Heavy X out of Farley, Iowa. Now this is the tractor that they own. We saw the tractor earlier that Brandon drove. It was owned by Brett Meyer. This one here makes its home in Farley, Iowa. And of course, Simon Cattle, that's with Brandon's company. Over 7,000 head of cattle out there in Farley, Iowa. RJ kind of works the trucking side of things.
I was talking to him back in the pit area about the cattle situation in America, because I believe we're down considerably in the number of cattle, head of cattle on feed, as they call it, and that's why the price of beef has gone up in the supermarkets, because we don't have a big supply of cattle now. So I don't know how that's all going to change and when that's going to change, but certainly the Simons are in the cattle business. They're into a number of different businesses, and as you said, they're into just about everything when it comes to pulling in the way of vehicles.
So Brandon doing the driving, the Loud and Heavy X. Saw him pick up the big win 1 week ago in Wellington, Ohio, last Friday night. That was win number 3 on the season for this tractor. So if you're sitting out front right now, James Ray with the Mac Daddy tractor, got to be sweating bullets right now. Can breathe a little bit easier here as Brandon Simon going to come up a little short. A good run for the Loud and Heavy X. So we see that John Deere 8400R.
You've got to have a really great team of people. If you have this many vehicles that are involved in pulling and all the different divisions that they pull in, and all of the repair work and the trucking to move from pull to pull, you've got to have a great team of people that keep this business on the road as much as they do.
So 325 and 93, the distance here for Brandon Simon. Maybe a situation there, the track kind of going backward a little bit here. It's kind of...
We thought it was going to be a better run than 14th place, frankly.
Yeah, we take a look at that run, and front end came up just about picture perfect out there, and real nice hole shot there for Brandon Simon. So we are down to 1, and what a team. And to finish out the Pro Stock classes out of Edison, Ohio, the Linder brothers. Mike Linder going to do the driving here tonight. Of course, the Linder brothers go back to the early days of the Pro Stock class as 6-time Grand National champions over the years.
It's unbelievable. Once again, a shout out to our track crew, the guys that have worked the track, graded the track, packed the track, our sled operator, just done a marvelous job. The show has gone just wonderfully tonight, including our track officials with the NTPA, our measuring crew, all of our office crew that is taking care of the lineup and the results and keeping everything up to date on what's happening with the NTPA Championship Series and the Point Series. And all of our fans that have come out tonight to watch the show on a beautiful Saturday night. A little cool, need your jacket, your sweater tonight, but a good night to come to the event. And we appreciate all of you folks watching at home on Full Pull Live.
And we also got Greg Randall this weekend working in the T-shirt stand. I saw him earlier. So, yeah, I didn't know if he was here last night. He said, yeah, they have, during the summer, they got a lot of interns that work with the NTPA and run the T-shirt stand. And, well, they go back to school, and he's got to go back to work. That's right.
Got to have the boss to sell those T-shirts and those hats.
And, Dave, we talked about that earlier, going back the early days, wore many hats out there and got asked to do the announcing and, like you say, worked the Puller magazine and all the different things over the years that you've done.
I got a real education in the early days of the NTPA, and once again, I give thanks to Mr. Ed Hart, who was the first executive director of the NTPA, and I think had a lot to do with moving the sport forward in a very big way. And it was a great experience as I moved me on in later life in the various positions that I had. But he was a great educator and a great promoter and marketer of this sport. And I think there were very few people that could have done what he did. And I think he was the right person at the right time in 1970 when they got the association formed. That was a very big effort when they brought 5 states together. I believe the states were Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, and I think Iowa. But I may be off a little bit there, and my apologies for that. But those states came together, realized that they needed the congruent rules to go and pull in the various states, and one thing led to another, and NTPA then got up to a total of 26 member states at one time in the association.
So here we go. Mike Linder, the Linder brothers, final tractor. Well, Dave, not going to get it done here for Mike Linder here tonight, the Linder brothers, as that will conclude our Grand National Pro Stock class here tonight. Great competition here is James Ray. Congratulations to the MAC team as they will sweep the top two positions here tonight.
The MAC team looks splendid this evening as they led for a long time, and then halfway through the second tractor, the second MAC tractor, MAC Daddy, came up and then beat the first MAC tractor by 2 feet. And they're going to sweep first and second place here tonight. Tremendous horsepower and excellent jobs of driving.
So we'll take a look here at our final tractor in the class. 3:13.96 will be the distance for Mike Linder here tonight. 3:13 and 96. So congratulations, James Ray, on the sweep here this weekend. Won it last night, and we'll do it again here tonight as he'll pick up career win number 3 for James Ray. The Mac Daddy, what a weekend for James Ray, and you know, one of the local tractors from Beloit, Ohio, not too far from Canton here, and a great job there for that team. So Carlton Cope with the Warpath. Massey Ferguson will finish up number 3. Robbie Russell with the Workhorse, number 4, and then the new generation, Eston Lemke, will finish up in that number 5 spot here tonight in our Pro Stock class. We took a look at our bottom 5 here in the top 10, all the way down to the Loud and Heavy there with Brandon Simon.
And it's no surprise that we've had a lot of Ohio pullers here at the show this weekend, because this is really one of the biggest pulling states. I would say Ohio, Illinois, Iowa are probably about the 3 biggest pulling states, if memory serves me right. And just a lot of pulling going on here, a lot of pulling at the state level, national level, and most of the county fairs in Ohio have a tractor and truck pull, and very, very popular in this part of the country.
Yeah, we take a look here at our screen. We see our big winner, James Ray, taking some congratulations down there from the pullers. We see Mike Connie down there as well, kind of hanging around down there. We see Tate Ray, so congratulations to the MAC team. So they did a great job here tonight. Well, Dave, it's been a pleasure. I'll tell you what.
It has been.
And thank you. Been a dream of mine to announce a pull with you, Dave Grimm. And
it's my pleasure. And you do a spectacular job. It's an honor to work with you. And we've seen some great pulling. Very impressed with the organization, how well-oiled machine it is, so to speak. Everything comes together. The pulling is quick. It's fast. It's furious. It's good. And it really is an NTPA championship pulling at its best. And Full Pull Live doing a spectacular job of taking the sport and sending it all across the world that people can look at and watch and enjoy.
You know, and Dave, you know, I know it's been quite a few years since you announced the poll, but I'm here to say you still got it. You still got it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Once again, Dave Grimm joining Full Pull Live here. Dan Mayer, as we take a look at our screen, as we take a good look here at Dave. And once again, thanks, Dave, for joining me here tonight.
Been a lot of fun.
Yes, been a great weekend here in Canton, Ohio, as we'll now run the region classes, but we'll say safe travels to you, Dave, and we'll see you down the road somewhere for sure. So
thanks so much, and good luck to NTPA championship pulling the rest of the season.
All right, I'm sneaking in really quick because James Ray's about to do this winner circle interview. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's awesome feeling to sweep the weekend.
The crowd went nuts, too, when you got that 351.
Yeah, I couldn't hear him. It was pretty loud, but I appreciate that.
It's fun being that hometown crowd, right? To have that hometown feeling.
Yes, very much so.
Congratulations. Swept the weekend.
Thank you.
Getting ready for a regional class, the limited light super stocks. This is a lot of fun because a lot of these drivers right from this area with the regional class, and some of them even dropped down. I talked to a guy last night. He used to have a limited pro, but he said he dropped back a little bit because it was just getting too pricey. He still wanted to come out and have fun, especially in front of the hometown crowd. And they expect the tractor count in this class to just keep going up. We have 11 tractors tonight. Really excited. Met some of these guys last night, and they're ready to put on a great show here on Full Pull Live.
So 6,250-pound light limited super stock tractors. We'll see a mix of alcohol and diesel in this class. 30.5s on the back, and anywhere from 1,200 to 1,800 horsepower they're making with these tractors. I know that's quite a variation, but talking to some of the pullers here the last couple days, said, yeah, well, trying to get these rules to where everybody's pretty close, and you know how that goes. So the alcohol tractors, 370 cubic inches, one single turbo. Diesel tractors will run at 410 cubic inches, once again with one single turbo. So continuing on here with the Region 2 competition here at the Stark County Fairgrounds here in Canton, Ohio. As we look at our lineup here, 11 of these light limited super stock tractors, and then we'll have the classic super stocks, our final class of the night. And it looks like we've got a field of 17. So 17 of those. As we see the Oliver of Mark Cooper moving out on the track here out of Southington, Ohio. The split decision. Look down our field here. We've got most of the tractors out of Ohio. We got a couple Michigan tractors, and looks like one from Indiana as well. So that makes up our field here for Region 2 competition with these light limited supers. So Oliver, 1855 here. Mark Cooper. So I'd have to say we're still unofficial here as we saw the green grenade make it to about 83 feet or so. So what a great night of pulling competition here at the Stark County Fairgrounds. We saw the 3 Grand National classes, and we do have an update here on our light modified points. The top 5 making it into the Enderley here, and we'll touch on that here after we watch the split decision. All right, so the Oliver and Mark Cooper, as he's going to make his run here tonight. So back to our top 5 in light modified points, heading to the Enderley pull-off. As it looks like we've got the Kentuckian in that number 1 spot. Simon says, R.J. Simon, number 2. Limitless, our winner here tonight, Johnny Payne in that number 3 spot. Then Chase Richardson with the tag team in the 4th spot. And the 5th and final qualifier for the Enderley will be Les Corporal with the corporal punishment. Will make it in that number 5 spot as he was a scratch here tonight. And just barely making it in here by 1 point over the Snow Farmer and Todd Feiss. Just 1 point separating them. 2 tractors to get into that number 5 spot here at the Enderley. And it looks like Chris has got a report down track side.
So in that last class, we had a Grand National Pro Stock class, and we talked about the track changing a little bit. I was talking with track promoter Kevin Schmucker. Track just kind of kept getting better. Right now, this regional class, Mark Cooper Sr. just going with split decision. If you remember, we talked about him last night if you were tuned in on Full Pull Live. I said, how did you come up with the name for that tractor? He said, we actually had a contest.
The Green Grenade team right here.
Within the family said nobody can come to a decision. It's a split decision. He said that's what we're going with. Right now we have Mike Monreal coming up to the hook with Mean Green. So let's take a look at what he can do here in front of this Canton crowd at the Stark County Fair.
All right, so the Mean Green, Mike Monreal will be up next here out of Hiram, Ohio. Of course, you recognize that name, Monreal. For many years, ran a pro stock tractor, the Monreal family, Mike and Dad Dale. And Mike kind of moved on into the 2-wheel drive class, ran a 57 Chevy. the Road Warrior for a couple years and then moved on into the modified class. 3-engine modified in the state of Ohio. But has really found a home here in this light limited super stock class. Has a couple of these tractors. This one here, the Oliver 1800. I believe he's still got an international as well. Had a problem with the hitch last night. Got that all sorted out. Let's see what he's got for us here tonight. Alcohol-powered Oliver. Mike Monreal. Oh, you know what? Oh. And light limited supers, wow. Got up in the air just a little bit there for Mike Monreal. Light limited tractors really having issues out here getting.
Yeah, I've been told by Stark County Fair officials that it's last call for alcohol, and Mike want to hurry up and get one before he can. 259.64.
So Mike going to be taking his helmet off here after his rough ride with the Mean Green here tonight at 250 and 96. 250 and 96 for Mike Monreal. And that'll put him number 2 here behind the split decision. And Mark Cooper at 285.97. So we'll have the Pale Rider Reloaded up next here out of Carrollton, Ohio. Zeb Casper. Bill Scheckler will follow with the John Deere 4010, and then Paul Smaglinski out of Michigan, Papa's Toy Tractor. As we've got the cockshut making its way out on the track, as Chris has got a report for us.
The next tractor in this class is Zeb Casper with Pale Rider Reloaded. Zeb has been all over this fair and this track this weekend. He pulled in the Antiques this morning. He actually was out on the track last night helping some of the teams from nearby. Zeb is actually from Carrollton, Ohio, and he's just a big fan of tractor pulling.
All right, so the Cockshut 570 on the start line, our only Cockshut in the class. Light limited supers, see a lot of different colors in this class. As of course the Cockshut brand made up in Canada, they call it the Canadian Oliver. Zeb Castor from east of here, Carrollton, Ohio. Got quite a few pullers in this class from Carrollton. The Pale Rider Reloaded, another alcohol-powered machine. 285.97, the mark to beat. All right, so the Cockshut kind of sneezed out there, and he'll come up a little bit short. So 290 and 02. Well, that's enough to take the lead here. 290.02, the distance for the Pale Rider. Take over our number 1 spot here in light limited super class as Bill Scheckler will be up next. And the John Deere 4010. Paul Smaglinski will follow. Papa's Toy Tractor, and then we've got Rock Bottom and Todd Wright. Our next 3 in the light limited super stock class. So we will see if anybody can beat that Cockshut here tonight. The Pale Rider Reloaded, our leader. again, these light limited tractors, 6,250 pounds, maximum weight of them. Running for NTPA Region 2 points. All right, so Malvern, Ohio, Bill Scheckler in that John Deere 4010.
And that is despite the weight differences. Motor tracks tend to be 6,500 pound classes. Everybody wants a narrow tire. Down south, where it's 6,000 or 62, they want the wider one.
A little bit of information about Bill Scheckler. Been pulling for a long time from Malvern, Ohio. Family owns an excavating business there. He's pulled at Columbiana. He's pulled nearby Carrollton. Tonight he's in front of the crowd here in Stark County as the chain gets tight.
All right, so here we go. The John Deere and Bill Scheckler. Got to beat that Cockshut here tonight. The Cockshut 570 at 290.02. Right now our lead distance. Light limited supers. All right, going to be close here. Going to be close. Taking over that number one spot here. And there it is, new leader, 318 and 02, 318 and 02 for Bill Scheckler. Yeah, he got hold of it out there. So we'll put the John Deere 4010 in that number one spot. As Paul Smaglinski, Bad Axe, Michigan. Up next, Papa's Toy Tractor. Moving our way through the light limited super stock class. We take a look here at the John Deere 4430.
Paul Smaglinski Sr. coming up next out of Bad Axe, Michigan. The Papa's Toy Tractor talked to him yesterday. He was concerned about this tractor doing wheel standing, being really high in the air. And he doesn't have a whole ton of movable weight on the chassis, so it is a problem for him. But last night, things were calm.
Yeah, he earned his first regional national win and actually swept the weekend last year up in Charlotte, Michigan, in Region 2 of just south of Lansing. So Bad Axe is, if you look at the map of Michigan, it's very close to the tip of the thumb. It's about 15 miles south of the tip of the thumb. So probably from here, that's a good 8,000.
All right, John Deere 4430 here. The Papa's Toy Tractor and Paul Smaglinski. Bad Axe, Michigan. Let's go back again to another diesel tractor.
That's what his son competes in. It's a family tractor.
All right, kind of getting little squirrely out there for Paul.
Could have gone wrong early. The track is better,
Papa's
but I
toy
think
tractor.
that's a bit more representative of what this chassis ordinarily does. Now, Paul's had enough experience to handle it and kind of feel it out, know what it's going to do. But yeah, that was a little bit.
So yeah, it looks like going to be way short of that 3:18.02 here tonight. That leads the way. 300.91. 300.91. So that'll put him number 2 here, 300.91, the distance for Paul Smaglinski. As we've got Todd Wright up next out of Minerva, Ohio. The Rock Bottom. Going to be our next puller here in the Light Limited Super. Dakota Claypool will follow with Papa's Pennies, and then Dave Seck, Whiskey Bent. Our next 3 as we start to get on the bottom side of this Light Limited Super Stock class and move into the Classic Supers.
Todd Wright coming to the line from Minerva. The Rock Bottom. Small frame Ford with diesel power under the hood. Most likely 5.9 horsepower for this tractor as well. Yes, they were offered in Ford products. In fact, on the side of the hood, it doesn't say Ford. It says New Holland, and that's how we make that marriage happen along with Case IH.
All right, so Todd Wright, Minerva, Ohio, with the Rock Bottom Ford. Our next puller up here in the Light Limited Super. I do believe the only blue one, the only Ford we got in this class here tonight. So 3:18.02, still the mark to beat. As Bill Scheckler in that John Deere 4010 doesn't have a name on it. He is our leader. Going to be close to that number 1 spot here. Looks like got just about everything out of that Ford here tonight.
I'm going to go this within that 285 to 290 foot range.
And looks like Chris has got a report for us down trackside.
296.
We have a few more tractors here, this Light Limited Super Stock, before we get to the Classic Super Stock. And one of the first guys you'll see in that class is Cameron Evanich. All right, Cameron, you've been pulling, you said, just for 1 year. So tell me how you got involved in it.
My grandpa got me into it when I was young, and I just always wanted to drive, and finally with a year.
Okay, how many hooks have you had this season?
4 so far. Tonight's 5.
How have they gone? Tell me about it.
They've gone pretty well for the most part, you know. Had some really good ones, had some struggles, but it's been pretty good so far this year.
And you were telling me you're young. Tell me how old you are.
16.
16. Okay, what do you do when you're not tractor pulling?
Sports.
Name them all. What do you do?
Basketball, football, and track.
What's your favorite?
Football.
What kind of year are you guys having? Just started the season probably, right? Tell me a little bit.
We're doing pretty good so far. You know, we're 1-1, so it's...
And you're from Paris, Ohio. So for folks maybe who are watching who are not from this area, where is that?
Louisville, Ohio, about 25 minutes from here. So that's hometown as it gets.
Yeah, and for folks watching too, you kind of said near Kevin and Danny Schmucker.
Yes, right beside them.
Okay, so tell me why you like tractor pulling, and how often were you with your grandpa? Tell me a little bit about your memories.
Well, I think I was probably 8 or 10. I started coming with them, and I didn't miss that very many. If we were going somewhere on the weekends, I was going with them, and just like I was a little kid, I remember coming here with my parents and watching all the big tractors run, always wanted to be in a seat of one.
All right, well, now we're going to watch Cameron. Young Cameron, 16 years old. He's coming up in just a little bit. The tractor's name is Just Chugging Along.
Do we know who that puller is? All right, so 296 and 96. 296 and 96 for Todd Wright here tonight with the rock bottom. Put him in that number 3 spot here in light limited super as we've got Dakota Claypool, Jeromesville, Ohio, Papa's Pennies, Case International on the starting line. Got the blue fenders. Oh, put it on the wheelie bars a handful of times, but he's going to be close to that number 1 spot. Wow. But don't know if he had any more weight to play with out there. It might have had everything he had on that tractor out front, but a good run for Dakota Claypool. Jeromesville, Ohio. Papa's Pennies.
Chase Smith got him way upstairs too with the Moss.
So 309, good run. 309.01 will put him number 2. 309.01, so 9 feet behind Bill Scheckler, our leader, with that John Deere 4010.
Maybe not. Might just been shaking some dirt out of the front, but some stuff to tell from here.
All right, so International 656 as Dave Seck out of Carrollton, Ohio. In Carrollton, that hotbed for light limited supers. As we've got the Whiskey Bent up next. He'll be followed by Jeff Montgomery, Busted Knuckles, and then we got Zach Kramer with that Deutz out of Michigan. And then we'll see if Kevin McIntyre will be able to come back, last night's winner with the Green Grenade. Be a tough break if he wasn't able to come on back. Defend that championship from last night as we good looking. 656 International. And Elke powered, of course, with a name like Whiskey Bent. Here we go. Oh, rough start. Yeah, rough start there for Whiskey Bent, but got her sorted out there somewhat. And then got hopping there towards the end of his run.
Shuts it down when it loads it.
So winding down our light limited super class here as we see Dave Seck, 304.01, 304.00, number 3 spot for the International. So Jeff Montgomery, Frankfort, Indiana, our lone Hoosier with Busted Knuckles, will be up next. International 766.
Here at the bottom of the hook order in Steiner Tractor Park's Land Loaded Super, we've got number 2
And then at number 1 in Region 2 points headed into this event. 14 points separate them. The Busted Knuckles of Jeff Montgomery cannot completely close the gap, but there's only 2 events to go, so time is running out here in Centerville. In Southwest Michigan will close out the season for the title. Indiana, the Busted Knuckles. 66 series Black Stripe International.
So Bill Scheckler, our leader here. Once again, Full Pull Live. Dan Mayer here in Canton, Ohio. As we wind down Region 2 competition here. Just a couple Region 2 classes to go. And we'll put a cap on the Stark County Fair tractor and truck pull here this weekend. One of 3 events on Full Pull Live here tonight. Getting out of shape a little bit here, but made a good run of it. For Jeff Montgomery, Frankfort, Indiana, with the Busted Knuckles International 66 Series. So we've got 1, potentially 2 left to go. So 3:13.98 will be the distance here. 3:13 and 98. And we're getting closer. Number 2 spot here for Jeff Montgomery. Of course, next weekend we've got the Great Sandwich Fair coming up. We've got 2 events. One on Thursday night, we'll run the trucks. Super Stock Diesel Trucks will run their final Grand National Hook before the Enderley. That'll be coming up Thursday night. We'll also have a Region 3 competition with the 4-wheel drives, the 2-wheel drives, as well as the 3.6 diesel trucks will be running as well. And then Saturday, we'll have the modified class. We'll have the Super Farms running, Super Stock diesel tractors, and then the Pro Stocks will be running. They'll have 2 sessions, an afternoon session as well as an evening session. A Sandwich Fair coming up, and that'll be next weekend. NTPA Grand National Competition on Full Pull Live. As Zach Kramer out of Palms, Michigan, the Deutz 80-06. Tractor that was originally out of western New York, Niagara County, New York. So Zach Kramer and the Deutz. We'll see if Kevin McIntyre will be able to come on back with the Green Grenade. And it looks like the telehandler's making its way over that way, so we may see last night's winner coming on back here. First things first, we'll take a look here at the Deutz.
Zach Kramer ready to bring on the Deutz.
All right, so the Deutz, air-cooled Deutz. So Deutz's the Staufers out of Pennsylvania, Dutch country. And the Deutz's NTPA Grand National competition for quite a few years. With those air-cooled Deutzes. But here tonight, 270.06, number 9 spot for Zach Kramer. So 1 to go, 3:18.02, the John Deere 4010 here in Bill Scheckler. As we'll bring in last night's winner. He's on the telehandler and heading towards the start line. Kevin McIntyre and the Green Grenade. So they tell us throttle cable issue on this tractor. Got it fixed. And we'll back in the Oliver 1850. So final tractor, light limited super stock class. Our test puller.
Back together, or if it's been held together, wires, zip ties, WD-40, you name it. Yeah, super cool.
And right there we go. Got her fired back up. The Green Grenade going for back-to-back wins here in Canton.
So we still have our classic super stock class after this. Our NTPA merchandise tent is still open. The trailer's here at the south end of the grandstand. Get your limited edition Stark County Fair merchandise and get your NTPA merchandise there as well. Along with your hoodies if you're cold.
All right, here we go. Track is clear. Green flags are out. The Green Grenade. Hang on to her. Oh, man. He had some ground speed going, but going to come up short.
North end of the grandstand. I apologize for that. So the NTPA merchandise trailers on the north end of the grandstand, where you get your NTPA hats, t-shirts, sweatshirts, all kinds of collectibles, and your limited edition Stark County Fair Canton t-shirt.
Well, I think that throttle cable came unhooked, but my bigger concern was that back here at 180 feet, he was going to when he was sky high.
So we'll get the distance in here for the Green Grenade. Well, we know for sure that Bill Scheckler going to be our winner. So 283.98 for 9th spot for the Green Grenade. Great job of driving there. Got awful close to that left-hand sideline, but I think that throttle cable issue came back up here to haunt him at the end of his run. So that will conclude our light limited super stock class here tonight. So congratulations, Bill Scheckler out of Melbourne, Ohio, our winner, the John Deere 4010. Busted Knuckles tractor out of Indiana will finish up in the number 2 spot. Papa's Pennies number 3, Whiskey Bent number 4, and Papa's Toy. So nice night for the Papas as he'll finish in the number 5 spot. So we'll move on into our Classic Supers. Next class up, as we've got the Green Broke Deer ready to go. So looking at our lineup here tonight, got 17 of those. And we'll call it a night here at the Stark County Fairgrounds. Session number 2. So Ryan Pollock out of Salem, Ohio, get us started. We'll have Cameron Evanich out of Paris, Ohio, that Krista just had a word with. And then we got Larry Jenkins with the Smoking Green, our first three here in this class. So going to move the Classic Super Stocks through here. So 77 100-pound Classic Super Stocks. See, they run on an 18-inch tire. 531 cubic inches, one turbocharger, 2 3/4 by 3, and 11 to 1200 horsepower. They're making very popular class here in Northeast Ohio. So running for NTPA Region 2 points. So our test puller, the Greenbroke Deer, and Ryan Pollock.
All right, here we go. 7,700 pounds. Massive super stocks. Ryan Pollock out of the Sealand, Ohio, the Joel Greenbroke Deer. Number 3 in Region 2 points. Bringing up the RPM.
All right, so the Greenbroke Deer chokes it out here tonight. Ryan Pollock, our test puller, will get the distance in here for him, and whether or not he'll take or turn down that run.
Bill Scheckler, please report to the winner's circle. Bill Scheckler, please report to the winner's circle. Greenbroke Deer with a 3:14, 9:21, 3:14 with a 9.
So 3:14 and 92 will be the distance here. 3:14 and 92, and they tell us he's coming back. So he is coming on back as our test puller here tonight. So Cameron Evanich, just to talk to him just a little bit ago here, Paris, Ohio, just chugging along, calls his John Deere 5010. So we see NTPA official Wayne Butts down there out of Cuba, New York, bringing out our next tractor. Right about there. Right against the wall there. That's the winner's circle. All right, so backing in, just chugging along here. Larry Jenkins will follow, Smoking Green. And then we've got Dave Spillman and Dave Catlett, our next three Classic Supers. So by the luck of the draw, Cameron Evanich going to have to take this run. Ryan Pollock turned down that run of 3:14.92. He's going to be coming on back. Going to drop to last here in the class with the Greenbroke Deer. So we talked about the NTPA Grand National Competition coming up next weekend in the Sandwich Fair, and then the following week will be the Enderley Pull-Off, Saturday night event. All the competitors been working all summer long to get into that Enderley, the top 5 challenge for that championship. Of course, we'll have the region competition as well going on. So that'll be in 2 weeks from tonight, the Enderley Pull-Off in Urbana, Ohio. So here we go, just chugging along.
Yeah, we're working over that throttle. I believe maybe just trying to get the transmission to skim over and get to a spot where the next gear will engage or get through neutral into drive and just split to a reverse or come out.
All right, well, this will set the mark to beat here. Cameron Evanich, Paris, Ohio, just chugging along. As we'll set up that lead distance marker over here on the left-hand side of the track, as now the rest of the class will shoot for that mark. Classic Super Stocks.
1-1 with a 9-2-8 to the right.
So distance 3:11 and 92. 3:11 and 92 for Cameron. And we'll send it down trackside to Krista.
Okay, so I want to talk about the Spillman brothers. They're right next to each other. So David Charles and Ace, and then Matt Spillman. Their advice, they're not able to do that tonight because as soon as David Charles is done, Matt's going to go. So I'm going to here real quick. Matt, tell me a little bit about the plans tonight compared to last night.
First tractor, and if that doesn't, we'll make a little change here, but track's a little better, taking a little more power last night, so gear selection may change.
How many
a little bit
more?
shorter on the distance so far on the sled, so that lower gear might help a little bit. So we'll see what this next tractor does and make our best decision.
How'd we gain one? What
Thanks,
happened
Matt.
here? All right, Larry Jenkins, Carrollton, Ohio, Smoking Green will be up next here in our Classic Superstock class as he backs in. Dave Spillman, we just heard from Dave, the Smoking Ace. And Dave Catlett with Chasing White Lines, our next three Classic Supers. Once again, running for NTPA Region 2 points. So great night of pulling action here, session number 2. Stark County Fairgrounds, the Charlie Schwartz Memorial. Smoking Green, Larry Jenkins. Smoking Green, Larry Jenkins. I think we're going to move that lead distance marker here just a little bit. We'll find out. So he's got his GoPro mounted on top of his helmet there. Distance will come in here just short, taking over that number one spot. 3:11.02 will be the distance. 3:11.02. So 9/10 of a foot behind as we've got the Smokin' Ace up next here, and Dave Spillman, Bolivar, Ohio.
Once again, congratulations to Bill Chekros of Malvern, our winner in the light limited super stock class here tonight.
Guys are walking down the wall right there. Right about there. There's the announcer's table. That's where they want you.
All right, Dave Spillman, Smokin' Ace. Our next puller here, Classic Super Stock. Looks like track is clear. Once again, 3:11.92 at lead distance. Interesting because Ryan Pollock, our test puller, the Green Broke Deer, would be leading the class with 3:14.92, but he turned that run down. And we'll see how that will turn out here as the class moves along. So Dave Spillman, Smokin' Ace. Bolivar, Ohio, here tonight. Classic Super Stocks. Dave Catlett, he'll be up next here. Chasing White Lines, and then we'll have the Shell Shock and Matt Spillman. Our next three 7,700-pound class. 3:07.02 will be the distance. 3:07.02 the numbers for Dave Spillman here tonight. So moving our way through the Classic Super Stock class here tonight. As we've got 14 left to go, as Shell Shocked John Deere will make its way to the starting line. So looks like we're going to jump ahead here. Dave Catlett, Chasing White Lines, not going to make it up to the starting line. So move ahead here with Shell Shocked and Matt Spillman. So second of the Spillman tractors here. Shell Shocked. Bolivar, Ohio. It's going to be a good run there for Shell Shock. Matt Spillman. 3:11 and 92. Our mark to beat here. .309.93. The distance here, 3:09 and 93. And good enough for that number 3 spot. Classic Super is Eric Simmons, Hanoverton, Ohio, with the Midnight Squeeze. Henry Pitts, Pipe Dream, and then we've got Hayden Shaw with the Haymaker. This will be our next 3 Classic Supers. So Eric Simmons, he was our winner 1 week ago, Friday night, Wellington, Ohio. So the International going to park it way over there on the right-hand chalk line of the Midnight Squeeze. Good looking ride. Out of Hanoverton, Ohio. Of course, Hanoverton, the home Bill Humphrey, Humco Machine. Take the Midnight Squeeze and reline it back up. So we got Matt Spillman joining us here. Just made his run with the Shell Shock tractor. Matt, good run for you. And, you know, we saw Ryan Pollock turn down that run of 3:14.92, and right now they'd be leading the class.
Yeah, no, you know, being that test puller is a tough position to be, and you just never know what that winning distance is. You know, we looked at the winning distance last night over 3:30, 3:32. So, but I think the track's a little tougher for sure tonight than it was last night, and probably that same sled setting. It's gripping a little harder, so we're maybe back a little bit. But yeah, that test took sometimes the best place to be.
All right, we're going to move it right there. Eric Simmons, our winner 1 week ago in Wellington, Ohio.
Yeah, that's a new tractor here. It come out right at Lisbon, 1st of August. It runs really well. It's a super tough competitor. It's the second tractor for the Simmons family, so we're getting it figured out.
So we'll get the distance in here for Eric Simmons, and yeah, it's a good one. 3:18 and 98. 3:18 and 98. So the International going to take over the number 1 spot. Got a lot of momentum going there and worked over from the right side down to the left side. And we'll send it down to Krista as she's got a report down trackside.
All right, with another competitor, we have Phil Carnofel and his daughter Gabby down here. And did I just learn this is not Phil's tractor? Phil, whose tractor is this?
Well, she says she's the boss and it's her tractor.
Is that true, Gabby?
Yes.
Okay, so when are we going to see you pulling this?
Oh, like 5 years, 4? Yeah.
Because you're almost 12, right? Yeah. What do you like about tractor pulling?
I don't know. I just like it. I mean, yeah.
I saw you up in the seat there. So, Phil, I saw your sweatshirt, though. 3-time Classic Superstock champion?
Yeah, we've been, we was 3-time champions. We've been pulling the tractor. Now my dad started, I think, in 2000, the same tractor. And I got it in it in 01. Been in it ever since, and we have fun. And hopefully someday she does get to pull it and continue to have fun.
Did you give Dad any advice? What line do you think he should run out here, Gabby?
Right on the right hand line here.
Do you think she knows what she's talking about?
She's learning a lot every year. She walks out and walks on the track with me now, and she's been learning more and more about everything every year, every trip down the track.
We love seeing you out here, and we love the Gabbies with you. Dan?
All right, so here we go. Henry Pitts, the Pipe Dream out of Minerva, Ohio. Our first look at a D21 here. Good running tractor. Well, he took the long way to get there, but
yeah, he's pretty close to that leader cone. It looks like, though. He's not too far off for sure. But tough class, really competitive.
The very definition of a classic superstock, the D21, very dominant back in the early 80s for sure.
yeah, very good to see the D21s out here. We think
Yeah,
there's
we got
2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, we got 3 here tonight.
Competition. Of course, a very popular class here in Northeast Ohio. When did this class actually get rolling?
Well, this class originated with the Central Ohio organization. Man, it had to be probably the 70s. So it's been around a long time, but it's kind of progressed into something bigger. And, we keep adding power to these things, and they really run, and they're super competitive. We've got a good group of guys to run with, mainly Northeast Ohio, but, we travel here and there, a couple hours away, but our schedule's pretty favorable, I guess, for pullers in the class.
So 3:16.06 for Henry Pitts will put him number 2. So just like that, we talked about that 3:14.92, and we've already passed that. So good move on dropping that hook, right?
I think I picked the wrong side of the track tonight.
Now you were at 3:09.93.
Yep.
3:09.93 with the Shell Shock John Deere here tonight. As next up we should have Hayden Shaw.
Yep.
Hayden out of Amsterdam, Ohio, the Haymaker. Well, we see him over on the right side. We saw our leader start over on the right side, and we're going to move it over here to the left side of the track, back and forth, the Haymaker. So move it along, classic super stocks. Now, some of the pullers tell me this class, about 11 to 1,200 horsepower they're making. Are they telling me the truth, or are they actually making a little more than that?
11's probably a little on the low side.
Okay, all right.
Let's just leave it at 12.
Leave it at 12, okay.
Yeah, they run pretty good for the 2 3/4 by 3 inch Charger with a 3LM cover, 531 cubic inches, open RPM, P pumps. Pretty reliable class. So that's one nice thing about it is we're not wrenching every night, but we're pushing that point of needing some better parts if you don't have them.
That's the way pulling goes, right?
Yep. So yeah.
So let's see what the Haymakers got for us here. 3:18.98, the mark to beat. Eric Simmons with that midnight squeeze, that international good-looking black tractor. So going to work that left-hand sideline for the haymaker. But we're not going to move that lead distance marker there as Hayden Shaw going to come up short.
Yeah, it appears getting out of that groove might be a poor decision here tonight. On my part, for sure.
301-979, 301-979.
All right, so distance will come in here at 301 and 97. 301.97, so number 7 spot.
So I was currently sitting number 1 here in the points tonight, and Hayden with the black tractor here is 1 point behind. So
you gained a little ground.
Gained a little ground.
There you go, a little breathing room.
See if I get a little luck and get a few in between us. We know how that goes. Sometimes we end up back to back and don't gain any ground.
Now, how many more hooks you guys got with Region 2 competition?
Region 2 final hook is Lancaster. So we got, that's like October 6th or 7th. So
oh, wow.
A while in between.
Oh, so that'll be after this, then you got to wait a month before you pull again.
Yeah, we got some other hooks we can run in the area, a couple benefit poles and things of that nature. There's probably 4 or 5 poles you could run in between now and then, but seem to have a pretty good following here with NCPA. It's going well for us.
Yeah, 17 tractors again here tonight. I think there was 20 last night.
Yeah, and we had 20 at Wellington too.
Oh, last week, yeah.
And there at Lisbon, I think 17 or 19 tractors there. So we had pretty good numbers. Great competition.
All right, so Jarek Simmons here and the Crushing It tractor, another international. He's going to go back over to the right side, and he's parked right against that right-hand chalk line here. Whoa. Not going to call that.
You see any white dust on there?
But it looked pretty close to me. Wow. So Crushing It, going to come up short here. Jarek Simmons, Hanoverton, Ohio.
298 to 007 for Jarek. 298
So it looks like 298 even will be the distance here, and we'll slow it down here.
That's close.
Woo! He's not kicking up any chalk.
I don't see any
no,
chalk
he's
flying,
not.
So he's in the clear.
He's good. He's good. Boy, it don't get any closer than that.
Yeah.
Wow. So 298 even here for Jarek Simmons. Al Heasley up next here, the Tin Man. Bill Carnofel. Now the Tin Man, that was our winner last night, wasn't it? The Tin Man?
He was third.
Third, okay.
Yep. Tough competitor.
So the International, we saw that out front for quite a while.
Yeah.
If I remember right, yeah,
Yep.
he was out
He
front.
had a win here last year on Saturday night. I had a win here Friday night last year.
So International 856. Bill Carnofel will be up next with Let's Roll, and we'll send it down to Krista down track side.
Well, we started off this class talking with young Cameron Evanich, just 16 years old. Okay, you were the second guy out there and put down a pretty good pass. Tell me about it.
Just a good pass. Everything felt good.
Oh, good. Like, tell me, it looked like you kind of were drawing power there at the start and weren't sure. And then once you got going, tell me a little bit about what you were feeling.
Yeah, there's a lot of power here. Pull a lot harder than I'm used to, and but once you get moving, your momentum carries you pretty far.
Okay, and then walk with a couple more tractors go. You're in the lead. So at the time, and I know you're currently sitting third, so that's going to be a great night if that holds. But when you had that lead for a while, were you thinking, oh my gosh, I might pull out a win here? I mean, you have to think that for a while, right?
Yeah, you like to think that, but you just know all these tough tractors are back here, and anyone can really win. So you want to think that, but you also know it's hard to win at towards the beginning sometimes.
Okay, Labor Day's Monday, but do you still have football practice even on Monday?
Yes, we will.
That's what I thought. All right, have a good game this weekend. Thanks, Cameron.
All right, so back to the start line here. Al Heasley, Ravenna, Ohio, the Tin Man. Going to be a good run for the Tin Man.
Yeah, looks like he's up in that.
Oh, he's
position.
fired up too.
Oh,
He's got a fist bump right there. All right. Oh, and he's broke too.
Yeah.
Needs a toe. Needs a toe. It doesn't mean. But a good run there for the Tin Man. I think we're going to have a new leader. Wow, 3:26.01. So going to put 8 feet on second place there is the Tin Man.
That looks like he kind of followed that main groove that's kind of been there all night.
So the Tin Man will go on top of our 7,700-pound Classic Super Class here tonight. So let's roll 806 International. Just saw an interview there with his daughter.
Yeah.
Is she going to take over the driving here when she's of age?
This tractor's been in the class kind of almost from the beginning. Back when the class started, they ran Russo Master pumps. And I believe that changed the P pumps in 2004 to 2006 area, somewhere in there.
So Phil took over from his dad?
Yeah.
Back
Dad
in 2001?
Barry used to drive, yep.
So now Gabby spotted the sled here, so we will see how this will work out. Latonia, Ohio. So it looks like going to move that sled back over here on the left side. Well, good run, but going to be a little bit short of that lead distance marker we see down there just out front of the tractor. Let's roll. So, Matt, looking at the remaining tractors we got in the class here, who would you have to say is going to be looking for? Are we looking for that Rose tractor?
Yeah, that's a good running tractor. Agators, they've been pretty consistent and strong. Even this yellow one can fool you. And Kyle Hawk, Chuck's a scratch. Yeah, he's right there. But yeah, it's got some tough ones coming up yet. And then Ryan coming back here. That tractor's fully capable.
All right. So we'll see here as we'll get the distance in here for the Let's Roll ride is Todd Hawk up next here, East Rochester, Ohio. John Deere 5010. Be followed by John Rose, and that's Luddy Alice, and then Big Girder with the Red Edge. The next three up here. All chasing right now. 3:26.01. Al Heasley, the Tin Man, out front. Now, how many different organizations run the Classic Superstock?
We'll run with the Central Ohio group yet, and Full Pull Productions, and then NTPA, and I believe we may have had a hook or two where that CS Pulling Promotions has been, but right now NTPA is the strongest group.
Okay.
Yep.
So 4 or 5 groups then that run this class?
Yeah, I'd say 3 for the most part.
Okay.
Yep. Make good torque numbers. It'll lug pretty good. As you can see, we've burned a few pistons here over the weekend, a couple different tractors. So.
Yeah, we saw a couple of them used up last night.
Yeah, it looks like, the way it looked when my brother pulled ahead of me, it looks like there was quite a bit coming out of his breather tube. So.
Yeah, it did look like it was breathing pretty hard.
Yeah, we might be tearing into that one. We broke that one pretty bad. Lisman broke the crankshaft in it, so it hasn't been quite the same since then. But we'll get it back.
Well, you got a month, right?
We'll get it back, at least running before next month, but get her back 100% before next year.
All right, here we go. Todd Hawk. Good run there for the John Deere. 5010 doesn't have a name on the side of this one, but
chassis set up for a 7,700-pound tractor that's a 5010 to get on the wheelie bars to do something.
now as far as this class goes, isn't there a rule as far as the body work on them has to be for a certain year?
Yeah, right now the rule, I guess to keep that classic.
Okay.
1975 and older.
Oh.
So that gets us into, you could 4440, 66 series IH.
So 75 or earlier, huh?
Yep.
So I'm a 75 model, so there you go. There.
Yep. Fit right in.
302.98 here for Todd Hawk. John Deere 5010. So we've got the Slutty Alice up next here, D21. John Rose, and then Lindsay will be down by the luck of the draw down further in the class.
Yeah, we got some good pulling shops here in the area. Between two of them, probably work on half the class. And between Carlton Cope and the Tractor Depot and the Shipley twins work on a handful of them too. So there's a lot of good parts in these tractors and really make them run and makes for a good class.
So John Rose here out of Homeworth, Ohio. Homeworth not too far from here is, I believe, right in the county, isn't it?
Yeah, Homeworth is right into Columbiana County, which is not too far away. Half hour drive, maybe 40 minutes. I'm pretty local. I'm right. I would call the Tuscarawas County Fair my hometown fair, just because that's where I took animals to. But my farm's actually in Stark County, so we're just down the county line.
Okay.
About 15-minute drive south of here. Pretty close for us.
So here we go, John Rose. That's Slutty Alice. 326.01. Now, we saw John last night, our test puller, and he kept that run and seemed like track got a little bit better there as it went along.
Yep.
So the D21.
I think the track seems pretty consistent here tonight. I think it's coming down more to line choice.
Yeah, you said a little bit tighter than last night's.
It's taking a little more power than last night.
So maybe 1,300 horse tonight? No,
That
we're
could
not.
be.
We're
I
not.
don't know.
We're not quite up there.
I'm not saying a word.
Okay. So So 3:05.08 will be the distance here. Number 9 spot, 3:05.08. We're getting down to it. Jake Gergrider with the red edge. Our next puller here as we take a look at our top 10 currently. All chasing the Tin Man.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough mark to beat there.
3:26, 8 feet separate first and second right now. Lindsey Rose will follow, and then Kyle Hawk, and then we'll go back to the top of the class here with Ryan Pollock, who turned down that run of 3:14.
The Green Broke Deer, he was one of the originals too, John Stanley. He used to tag team with Sam Kitzmiller, who was here last night.
Okay.
But they used to have haul together, and they were called the New Generation Deers.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I do remember seeing the New Generation Deer last night to break. Or
yeah.
Is that what?
He had something going on tonight.
Oh, okay. You can't have something going on when there's tractor pulling going on, right?
He's playing this year. He's having fun and going when he wants to. So
okay.
Sometimes you got to do that.
So here we take a look at the red edge. Of course, it's a 12:06. Jake Atgerter. Hanoverton, Ohio. Another hotbed for these Classic Supers. Oh, he was getting down there. He was getting down there.
Yep.
The red edge. So just a couple more here. See if anybody can knock Al Heasley out of that number 1 spot with the Tin Man. 3:10 and 99. The distance, 3:10.99. So Lindsey Rose with the rumors. D21. Well, our old Case Tow Tractor getting a lot of work out there tonight.
He's not bored tonight.
So there's a shot of an industrial yellow. D21. As Lindsey Rose makes her way to the starting line, Kyle Hawk will follow with the Black River Deer, and the Green Broke Deer, Ryan Pollock, our final tractor.
Carlin Motorsports has a lot of work in these Alice Chalmers tractors, all 3 of them. They did the chassis on them. So.
Okay. Of course, Carlin's years ago used to run the D21s, pro stock class. Dad Gary. So Lindsay out of Homeworth, Ohio.
This was her dad's tractor, Rocco.
So when did she take over the driving here?
Well, Rocco passed away from cancer, I believe, a few years back. Then kind of let it sit for a few years and decided they're getting it back out and running it. So
okay.
She enjoys driving and wants to do it. So.
Good run for the D21. Going to shake the order up here. Nice run, basically down the center of the track.
Yep.
.311 and 98. 311.98. So number 4 spot as Kyle Hawk up next. So 2 Deers to go here. We'll see if they can knock off the Tin Man, the International, for that number 1 spot. So Kyle Hawk, Kensington, Ohio, the Black River Deer. John Deere 5010. What can you tell us about Kyle Hawk?
He's been running here for 2-3 years now. Has made major improvements to that tractor. Lots of changes. It's a good runner. He's right up there with the best of them, so he's a tough competitor. And got a pretty cool looking wrap design on that tractor.
They drill for oil?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there.
All right.
I'm sure he's got a backstory there.
Yeah, definitely good looking ride here. The Black River Deer, John Deere 5010, 2 to go. Gonna be close.
He's out there pretty good.
Gonna be close. Pretty close to that lead distance marker down there for Kyle Hawk with the Black River Deer. We see some of the Hardy fans hanging on here to the bitter end. Just one more tractor to go. And we will call it a night here at the Stark County Fairgrounds here in Canton.
Couldn't ask for better weather here for the weekend of pulling. It's not too
Yeah,
often
it's
you
been
get that.
it's been a warm summer and hot and humid. And a couple of weeks ago in Bowling Green, I think it was the hottest it's ever been.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal up there.
So a good run here for the Black River Deer. And it's going to be right about that number 3 spot, I do believe. 3:18 and 89. So number 3 spot for Kyle Hawk. So we're down to it. The Greenbroke Deer, our final tractor here. 7,700-pound Classic Supers. You can see just how close. I don't know, what's the Tin Man doing?
I don't know.
They're stacked up there pretty good, and then we see that 326.
That was good puller.
So Ryan Pollock, our test puller, turned down his run of 3:14.92. So let's see, that would have put him number 4 spot right now.
Yeah, I would have taken number 4 by now. He might improve this, though. Seems like they're getting out here these last few hooks.
Yeah, looks like he's going to line it up just about the same groove we just saw the Black River Deer. Well, not going to get there here tonight for the Greenbrook Deer, so that will conclude the Classic Superstock class here tonight. We'll get the numbers in here for Ryan Pollock. Well, Matt Spillman, thanks for spending a little bit of time with us here tonight, giving us a little education on these Classic Superstocks here tonight, and good luck with the rest of your season.
Thank you. Yep, enjoyed talking to you.
So Matt Spillman joining us here on Full Pull Live as we get 3:04.95 the distance here, 3:04.95, number 13 spot here for Ryan Pollock. So going to be about 10 feet short of that test pull distance. And we'll send it down trackside to Krista with our winner. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, it's a bit of a tradition here in Canton for a winter interview to be with Al Heasley. How many years in a row did you say?
We've won here 5 years in a row. That's unbelievable.
What's the secret then?
I don't know. Luck.
Come on, we kind of willed this to happen. You told me at the very start of the night, I hope I'm talking to you at the end of the night. I think it was more than hope. I think you knew something.
Well, we had a friend die this spring that was very involved in the fair here, and he helped me the last couple years set the sled and stuff. Glenn Slicker passed away, and that's for him, buddy. We made it happen.
So a little divine intervention tonight.
It is. I don't know what to say. I'm pretty shook up here. So.
Congratulations, 5 in a row here in Canton, the Stark County Fair. Congratulations, Al Heasley and the Tin Man.
It's great. Maybe next year we go run points with you boys again.
There we go. Challenge laid down. Thank you, Al. Appreciate it.
All right, so Al Heasley, our big winner here tonight, the Tin Man, 8 feet over second place, the Midnight Squeeze. As a Black River Deer, we got the Pipe Dream Rumors just chugging along all the way down to that number 10 spot. As that will conclude the action here tonight. That'll wrap things up here from here in Canton, Ohio. On behalf of Krista Voda-Kelly, Dan Mayer, Dave Grimm, joining us here tonight as well, and the entire Full Pull crew. Thank you for tuning in to Full Pull Live, your home for live streaming action, as that will be it for tonight, and we'll see you next weekend in Sandwich.